What's Somalia got to do with the amount of wine we drink? Somalia can mind their own blooming business. It's got nothing to do with them. Parts of Britain were hit by major flood. There's just so much I want to get to. I'm never going to get to it all in a brief 3-hour show. But this is the task I set myself.
Stop whining.
Parts of Britain were hit by major flooding this week. By major flooding this week. Get Somalia on the phone. We'll see what they think. Parts of Britain were hit by major flooding this week as heavy rain and strong winds from a storm moved in from France, causing chaos and a mini tornado which smashed through a housing estate. A storm from France.
No!
Storm Aurora. It brought more than 2 inches of rain and 70-mile-an-hour winds in Her Majesty's superior imperial measurements. Not for us the ease of multiplying and dividing by 10. No, we would rather multiply and divide by 12 and 16, because that is the patriotic British way. The Met Office said the storm dealt a glancing blow to southern England, but if that was a glancing blow, I'd hate to see what a full meteorological punch in the mouth would look like. It absolutely bucketed down. We don't seem to get showers or rain puddles anymore, do we? We get storms and tornadoes and floods. Have you noticed? It used to be that we just get mist and mizzle and a bit of drich. But now it's just, blimey, it's like the end of the world every time it starts raining. Not that it's got anything to do with global warming, because that is, that's fake news. Fake news by the liberal media who just want you to buy more umbrellas or something. I've got no idea. Nothing makes sense anymore. Still, I'm sure that the world's leaders who gather in Glasgow will soon organise a way to stop global warming straight away. It'll be all blah, blah, blah. Egg greeter. The Met Office said the unsettled weather was likely to continue for the rest of the week, with showers and breezy conditions across western Scotland and central and northern England and Wales, but mostly western Scotland. I betcha. Checking while you wait. Aha! Not raining at the moment. Pfft, rubbish. Raining tomorrow and raining on Sunday. This is Glasgow. Raining on Saturday, raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and raining on Thursday, and raining on Friday. I'm not making this up. Raining on Friday, and raining next Saturday, and raining on Sunday, and raining on Monday, and raining on Tuesday, and raining on Wednesday, and not raining on Thursday the 4th. Are you kidding me? I bet it does. Raining every single day until Thursday the 4th. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Absolutely. Forecasters predict more persistent rain over the weekend, with the heaviest rain expected to be... Exactly. Where up to 2.4 inches could fall in 24 hours. And to go from inches to metric measurements for all you traitors out there, you double it and add 32 to get metres. So 2.4 inches times 2 is 10, plus 32 is 42. Wow. Western Scotland could get 42 metres of rain this weekend. Can you believe that? Of course, driving conditions are quite hairy under these conditions, which is 2 uses of the word conditions in the same sentence, which is a big mistake. Huge. A spokesmodel for Surrey Police said, "Sorry to keep repeating ourselves, but drive to the conditions. Slow down and increase your stopping distance." And everyone in a hatchback said, "What a funny spokesmodel," they said. Tonight, few light showers in the west, clear spells elsewhere, frost in the north, few fog patches in the south-east. Wherever that is. Saturday, windy, cloudy, rainy, sunny. Yeah, that sounds like a day in Britain. Windy, cloudy, rainy, sunny. Outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Rain on Sunday, then sunshine and showers on Monday, locally heavy, perhaps thundery, lightning-y, very, very frightening-y. Temperatures becoming milder by Tuesday. Do you want to hear the long-range forecast till the end of the 3rd week in November?
No.
Right, this is till bonfire night. On Wednesday, rain across the centre of the country, fine and dry weather to the south, bright spells in the north, but a risk of showers. Then, heavy rain and strong winds, temperatures generally around average, wettest in the west of Spain, I'm talking about, and the west of this country as well. Driest in the south. And then, the middle 2 weeks of November. Oh my God, it's almost December. It's practically Jesus' birthday. I saw Christmas decorations on my drive in.
What?
Christmas decorations, yes. Too early. Too early, people. You've gone too soon. Pull it back a bit. Another month. Can we wait another, just one more, 4 weeks? Can you wait 4 weeks?
No.
No. It's in you and it's got to come out. It's a tinsel-gasm across some of the places that I drove past today. They just can't wait another moment. So, anyway, this is the middle 2 weeks of November. I mean, this is the last chance for it to be nice before we get locked indoors for 5 months. Because, the clocks are going back. It's a couple of weeks, isn't it?
Damn it!
Yeah. The dying of the light. It's going to be dark at 4:30 in the afternoon.
What?
4:30 in a couple of weeks. I can't stand it. And why? Because 6 cow farmers in the north of Scotland don't want to squeeze teats in the dark. I am stunned. Every single year. I explain myself.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And what's the blooming point? It must be 99.9% of the people in this country don't want the clocks to go back, but they go back anyway. Yeah, thanks a lot, Bodge.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So, it's the middle 2 weeks of November. Have I got past this bit yet? It's November already. Last chance before we get locked in for 5 months. Right. Prepare yourselves. Good luck, everyone. Fingers crossed. From early to mid-November, there's an increasing chance of settled weather, and temperatures are likely to be warmer than average for most. From early to mid-November, there's an increasing chance of settled weather, and temperatures are likely to be warmer than average for most. We'll take it. 0345 6060 973. Alex texts, that storm sounds like someone from Northern Ireland talking. You're not going to make me do it. I won't. I just won't do it. Haley tweets, hold up, since when did Looking Up the Weather theme tune change? Well, I thought I'd, mix it up a bit. Because Edelweiss, or whatever that song that I normally do, that was the girl from Ipanema. That's been on heavy rotation for a good long while now, and people are getting a bit,
Boring.
getting a little bored of it. How many times can you hear Girl of Ipanema? So I thought I'd, I'd forgotten how the song goes. I just sang the first one that occurred to me. You're lucky I didn't hum 50 Ways to Leave Your Lover, which has just been going around and around my brain for about 3 or 4 days now. I wake up with that song, and I go to sleep with that song, and for most of the intervening period when I'm awake, that song's just rattling around my mind.
Rock and roll.
Must be 50... In fact, we should play that right now. Get on the bus, Gus. Take a new stand. Stan? I don't know. Paul says, Panto season comes early as Jacob Rees-Mogg plays back end of the horse again. That's how I think of him. Shouts of behind you... Oh, shouts of you behind you are repeatedly heard. That's getting a bit complicated, Paul. You should just left it at horse. Concert. Hello, Sean.
Barney Rubble's got to go now, Barney Rubble Johnson's got to go now. We cannot put up with this half-wit any longer. The doctors are going on strike. Everything's going on strike.
I think
we just can't put up with it.
Well, yeah. There's a significant number of people up with which there is no limit to which they will put up.
I mean, COVID's going up again, man. You know what I mean? The country's in dire bloody straits with this half-wit.
Mm-hmm. But don't
You know what I mean? We can't put up with this any longer.
Sean, don't sit on the fence. Tell me what you think.
I think he's got to go. I think he's got to go as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think he's enjoying himself too much.
I think we can't put it. You're going to get the likes of Brian and everybody on the night saying, that Sean's an idiot and all that.
Yeah.
I'm not an idiot, like. The country's in dire straits, mate.
Yeah.
We're finished.
It is correctamundo, Sean, and it's not getting any better. No, I think his act is getting really old. But, like I said, really falteringly, and there were enough words there to complete a whole sentence. It's just not in the order in which I put them. There's a significant number of people up with which there is no limit to what they will put. I can't do it. No limit to what they'll put up with. See, I didn't want to end the sentence on the word with. Up with which they will not put. There is no limit up with which they will not put. More or less makes sense. Hey, it makes as much sense as anything else will over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes. Paul says, Nick, we received our first Christmas card this week, nearly 10 weeks before Christmas. I can't believe it, says Paul. Paul, believe it. People want to get their Christmas fun in before Bodger cancels it. Joanne texts, are you pleased to see that Bodge has made good use of the £2 million daily briefing room by watching a screening of the new Bond film?
What?
Yes. Can you believe that? Talk about rubbing our faces in it. He spent £2 million, and if they say 2 million, then it was probably 5 million. £5 million of our money on tarting up an already existing room. I mean, what did they use as paint? It's not like they had to build a house around the room. The room already existed, and they spent £5 million on it. 2 million, so they say. It's amazing. I mean, they just have no... they're just not bothered. It's not their money. Why do they care? It's our money. And have you heard? There is a significant amount of people up with which they will not... forget it. He's got his own personal Bond screening. I mean, you can't get into that film without queuing and sitting all hugger-mugger with 1,000 other mouth breathers panting down your neck with their feet on the back of your seats, talking on their phones, describing the entire film in detail as it's going on down their phones to somebody who's not there. Oh, look at that.
Disgusting.
You know. He's got his own showing, personal showing of a Bond film, the new one, in a room we paid for. Sanj texts, I see Trump's new media platform is called Truth. Yes. It should be anything but the truth, says Sanj. Did you come up with that material all by yourself, Sanj? Yeah, I think everybody on Earth got that. Truth. Can you believe that? What an absolute character he is.
Don't be rude.
Yeah, and I mean that in the nastiest possible way. Truth. And all of his, his yeehaw fans, they absolutely love it for one reason.
I love the poorly educated.
That's it. 0345 6060 973. He'll be, shall I make an early prediction? He's going to be the next president of the United States of America. And all of our lives will be over about for 5 days afterwards, when he comes personally for each and every person who has discombobulated him in the intervening period, since he was chucked out on his ear. Every single person who said anything negative about him in any way, shape or form is on his list. Jake tweets, all the early Jesus birthday decorations are Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Yeah, thanks a lot, Jezza. Boo! You see what you've done? Chiswick, hello, Tamsin.
Oh, good evening, sir. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
Oh, God bless you. I just wanted to say...
God's got nothing to do with it, Tamsin.
I know. I'd just like to say happy birthday to my father, who is a literal sole listener of your station and listens to you 24 hours a day. So thank you for bringing a lot to his life.
Right.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Dad.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
No.
And Bojo, he can just take a...
Thank you. You see, it was all going so nicely. We were just, wishing people the best of the day. And we almost broke into a union chorus of happy birthday in celebration of a life well lived. And he liked this station, and perhaps he, is listening right now. And we're all wishing him a happy birthday. And then it all went
Negative.
All went very, very negative. Just at the end there, piling onto Bodger. What has Bodger Johnson ever done to us? Actually, what has Bodger Johnson ever done for us? That could fill literally the time between now and the news, which is like about 2.5 minutes. Most of that time will be like long, stretched out arms. Can't think of a thing. Not one single solitary thing so far, apart from the occasional amusement, but more just bemusement. Now that he's in a position of power over us, that the act remains the same. It's a little disappointing. Really, Bodge? Is that all you've got? Is it as thin as that?
Yeah. Wait
I guess so. Gary says, here, a good old British measure for you. Petrol at £1.50 a litre times 4.5 is £6.75 per gallon. Is it? £6.75 a gallon. Wow. That's almost as expensive as printer ink. Jim emails, Nick, I was born in the 1950s in Scotland. Well, I assume it's the 1950s. It just says 50s. Could have been the 1850s. I was born in the 50s in Scotland, and we were told we had daylight savings, so the kids didn't have to walk to school in the dark. Kids don't walk to school now. Their parents drive them in their four-wheel drive tanks. Yeah, the flip side of that, though, of course, is that kids would have to walk home from school in the dark. It's one or the other. I'll just nutshell it for you. Here's the reason that the clock shouldn't go back. It's got nothing to do with kids being in the dark, because they'll either be in the dark when they go to school, or they'll be in the dark when they come back from school. And all the schools are going to close soon anyway, and we'll get sent back indoors to think about what we've done. I can't believe it. It's like blooming merry-go-round. Here we are back at this point again. With the invisible menace. The reason that the clock shouldn't go back is because it gives people an extra hour of light during a time of the day that they can't use it. You can't use an extra hour of light in the morning. What are you going to do with it? Brush your teeth in the early morning light? Just put the blooming light on in the bathroom. You'll be able to see. But if you give people an hour at the end of the day, when they can use it, when they come back from work and it's not in the pitch black in the dark and they go indoors for the next 5 months, then people might actually go outside. Hear a beautiful bird. Where is it? Oh, there. Commune with nature. That's the reason I thought we were supposed to be getting healthy. Being indoors for the next 5 months is not healthy. Encourage us to get out. Give us what the entire nation wants. And do not call me and tell me that this is not what the British people want. Which is, a thing that we hear from this government all the blooming time. Every time they tell us about something that we don't want, they say that this is what the British people have voted for. No, it isn't. Whatever it is you're saying, this is not what the British people voted for. Oh, well, we knew what we were voting for. No, you didn't. Yeah, but that's the reason. But what's the point? I mean, you say this every year that I've been on the radio, which is, God, I've got no idea. Blooming dog's age. Every single year this moment comes around and we look at our impending gloom and we all say the same thing. Why? Why is this always happening to us? Just leave the blooming clocks where they are. Andy emails, oh, Mr. Moggy, quotes, "We know each other so we don't have to wear masks. How is it that the highly educated can't say I? As in, we know each other so I don't have to wear a mask." Yeah, probably exactly that or thereabouts.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Carol says, "Hi Nick, we got our turkey for Christmas today and now we've got to house train it." A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Tina says, "Did you know that one of my favourite singer-songwriters, Paul Simon, got the inspiration for the song Mother and Child Reunion from being served a meal of chicken with a fried egg on top?" Huh. And I thought, rubbish. And then I looked it up, and it's completely correct in every respect. Apart from the fact that Mother and Child Reunion is how it was described on a Chinese restaurant menu, apparently. There must be 50 ways to leave your lover. Just get on the bus, Gus. Make a new plan, Stan. Ooh, I'm on a roll. And listen to me. Listen to me. How do they remember all these lyrics? I mean, it's just mystifying. How do comedians remember all their stuff? I just saw a Chris Rock show on TV. I've seen it before, but it's like an hour and 20 minutes of him just pacing up and down the stage, just firing off this all this material. How do they remember it? I can't remember what I did yesterday. How can they remember all that stuff? It's a mystery, as Toya used to say. Let's have Yorkshire, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Are you well?
Yes, very well, thanks.
Yeah, quickly on to smug. That was the most supercilious, sneering set of remarks about the Tory party. But he was commenting on the opposition, saying, they can't like each other very much.
Yeah, that was his point, yeah.
God, it was even worse than if I'd been in the towering inferno. I would have used my common sense and I would have got it. I mean, that was appalling. But
it's worse.
The tone of this was worse.
Well, it's actually not worse, but it's of the type. Yeah, it's just that man. I mean, really, other countries must be guffawing at us. He is one of our elected representatives. Can you believe it?
I mean, if someone had tried to get him into Faulty Towers, they'd have rejected it as being completely unreasonable.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, he's just a cartoon character, and he's been a cartoon character his entire life. Who is voting for it? I want the names of the people who keep that man in power.
It's absolutely crazy. But did you notice this week that, talk about short-termism, countries have been lobbying the United Nations climate Commission.
Yes.
Brazil and Argentina want them to take out that meat products are damaging the climate.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, Australia and India want them to take out that fossil fuels are a serious danger.
Yes.
I mean, this is just short-term selfishness, and they're not even ruled by Johnson. Not all of them. Short-termism
is what will do for humankind, because nobody wants to make a sacrifice in the short term, even if it's a small one, for a benefit in the longer term. We're not remotely interested in that. So we will do something about global climate change when the waters are lapping at the underside of our nostrils and not before. Well, only when it's too late will we actually do something.
Absolutely. And talking about being too late when we do something, how come is it that Johnson's saying, COVID rates are terrible, they're going up, but they're fitting in with what we predicted?
This is our plan.
Does that make it okay that there's 130 deaths a day? I mean, it's like their policy with floods. Yeah, they're not doing great things, floods. And then when they say, floods are predicted and they've happened. So that seems, is that all right then? No, of course it's not all right.
Well, it depends on what you mean by all right. If you mean, will they still be able to maintain their grip on power? Yes, because they know that there's a significant minority of people in this country that will vote for them regardless, because they pinned their hope on them. They were promised a better life, and they're going to stick with them until they get it.
Absolutely, and we've got to keep our time change, and I'll tell you why, Nick. because Europe has decided that they're not going to have the time change anymore. They're going to leave their clocks as they are throughout the year. So
wait a minute. Are you
changing ours?
Now,
because we're British, damn it.
British, damn it. Are you sure about that? Because I know that it was mooted a little while ago, but I didn't know that it was definitely going to happen.
It was signed off unless it's been rescinded, but they did come to an agreement on it.
Well,
so they're going to stay the same the year round, and we're going to keep our Britishness.
Well, isn't that great? Thanks a lot for the bad news, Mike. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. I can't believe it. So those evil French and German and Belgian people and people from other countries in Europe, which I can't recall off the top of my head, but I'll certainly look up later. Those people are going to get extra light. Well, that's just great. Meanwhile, we meanwhile will be stuck in the dark ages. Literally. That's where we're headed. We're headed into the dark ages. Dave texts, so how much would a 6 pound pint of lager be by the gallon? What are you asking me for? I think the correct answer is too blooming much. How can lager be £6? How can it be £6? How can a pint of lager be £6? Answer the question. Stephen emails, I saw Bodge tonight on the news and he was smirking all the way through the interview. He said there was nothing in the data that would lead him to introduce any new restrictions. That's 50,000 daily infections and 1,000 deaths a week. Lockdown incoming then. They do smirk. He and every single one of his enablers around him, they just can't stop smirking. A smirk should be the logo of the Conservative Party. Well, I mean, it practically is. Every time they show up on TV, there they are, doing their utmost to suppress a laugh. And I suspect that the reason is because to them this is a game. It's a game of making money and holding on to power and getting things done and your future secured by, by doling out favours to friends and acquaintances. And but it more than anything, it tells me that they know they're getting away with it, much to their amazement and amusement. There doesn't seem to be any amount of abuse up with which we will not put. Finally, it's taken me 45 minutes to get that sentence right. Up with which we will not put.
Affirmative.
No limits no limits to the amount of abuse. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Smirking their way right the way through this pandemic and right the way through the economic misery that they have visited upon us for no apparent benefits whatsoever. Zero. The rest of the world can't believe it. Well, the 60-odd% of the population that don't vote Tory can't believe it. What we done to deserve this, they say. That's the latest smirking minister. Smarms their way across our TV screen, just doling out statistics. They just seem to be a numbers-spewing machine. Oh, well, of course, it's like £3 million more than last year and 52% more than there was under a Labour government and 83% of the 15 to 19-year-olds. And it's just like numbers and numbers and numbers and numbers. And any time their inquisitor tries to pose a question, tries to stop this stream of digital verbiage coming out of them, they just talk louder. And then, and if they can't think of anything to say, they'll just start saying and just to shut their inquisitor up. Just as they can take up as much airtime as possible until their allotted space on that programme is over and they can stop spewing out this stuff. God, it's painful to listen to. But on a lighter note, Susie tweets, I thought the clock went back and forward for the farmers in the war. I must have been in school that day. Yeah, you accidentally learnt something there, Susie. It probably was. I mean, in much the same way as the pubs used to shut at lunch so that people would go back to work in the afternoon. That sort of thing. Yeah, but we're not at war anymore, despite what you all hear from, certain individuals who just cannot stop going on about it.
I'm a nutcase.
Russia and America won that one for us. It's over. Tom tweets, we keep our clocks on British summertime all year round. Sure, we're an hour late for everything, but at least we can enjoy an extra hour of daylight at the end of the day. Well, that makes perfect sense, Tom. And this says, if we said the EU came up with the idea of moving the clocks back and forward, then it would soon be cancelled. Yeah, no doubt. Merthyr Tydfil. Hello, Tydfil. Hello, James.
Yeah, hiya, Nick.
James.
Well, I was just going to pull you up on something else, but I thought you'd pull you up on that. So Russia and America saved the United Kingdom in the Second World War, did they?
I believe they won the Second World War.
So we had no effect in North Africa and Italy, and the largest amount of troops going across on D-Day were British soldiers, but we had nothing in it.
Well, James, that's a bit of a stretch from America.
No, it's a fact, Nick.
And it's a bit of a stretch from me saying America and Russia won the war to we had no effect in it. That's
no,
you.
They didn't win the war for us, Nick.
Yes, they did.
We were a joint
won
partner
the war. America and Russia won the war, James.
Where did they win it then? Well, you be specific, Nick. What battle did they win that we weren't part of?
James, I'm not a history buff, but I do know that
because
Russia and the weather defeated Hitler.
Nick,
what?
The Tories are living in your head rent-free. When are you going to start asking for some rent, Nick?
Is this you trying to be funny now?
No, I'm being serious. You're an absolute...
Okay. Is this him being serious? Another exercised lever. Why is it that the most furious callers are all leavers, are all Tory supporters? They're Tory supporting leavers. Now, they won the Leave vote and they've got a Tory government. You'd think they'd be happy, but they're not. They're all still furious, like apoplectic, but in a boiling rage continuously. It's odd, isn't it? I mean, I've taken, well, I don't know, half a dozen calls so far on this show from people who I would assume have lost both of those votes. They got taken out of the European Union against their wishes, and they are suffering under a Conservative government, again, against their wishes, as are the majority of the people in this country who voted for another party. And yet, people like him, who think they've won something, are absolutely furious. They're beside themselves. That's the part of this that I just don't get. I mean, I could get if they came on and said, no, because that's the sort of level that we're at now. That you lost, get over it. You hear that a lot. But it's just the boiling anger that's still there. I mean, how much more winning do you need? You've got the government you wanted. You've got out of the European Union. You've got everything you ever dreamed of. Why still so angry? I mean, what's the matter with you? It is a mystery. I can sort of make a case for everything else that's happened, a government that doesn't mind about pretty much anything other than clinging on to power and making money and, that's just human nature. I mean, actually doing a job to help others is sort of bizarre behaviour. Human nature is acting for your own personal interests in this moment. And, that's what we've got. So it's no big surprise. It would kind of be a surprise if it was the other way around. But for them to still be so angry, it really is. It just it defies understanding. I just don't get it. And you ask them, why are you so angry? And they'll say, it's because people like me keep pointing out facts. Like Brexit's not going very well. Like we were lied to about, pretty much everything about Brexit. Clothes were going to be cheaper. Food was going to be cheaper. We're going to get £350 million a week for the NHS. We're going to be fewer foreigners. And wages were going to rise. And all of these jobs that they did before we kicked them out, we grateful British persons would leap in to do them for us, keep the country going patriotically. But none of that's true. 0% of what we were told has actually come to pass. You'd think they'd be angry about that, but no. They're angry about people pointing out those facts. I just don't get it. Like, I really don't. Sociologists will be working on this from now until the end of time, trying to unpick these furiously flung around thoughts. And maybe it is just that they realise there's a certain realisation that they've been had. I mean, you can't really get to this point now and still believe that Brexit's the best thing for this country. That the Conservative government is, the best thing for this country in this moment of great peril. Because of all of the evidence that's piled up. I mean, you'd have to be deaf and blind not to realise that in a certain sense you've been had. All of the things that they told you were going to happen haven't. In fact, the opposite's happened. But they're not angry at the people that told that to them, that lied to them, that got their votes under false pretenses. They're not angry with them at all. They support them even more. They dug their heels in all the more. What they're really angry about is people who are just pointing out facts. That we're losing about, I don't know, what is it? Instead of £350 million a week for the NHS, we're actually losing as a country about £800 million a week so far with Brexit. Just pouring out of the country. Just ask a business that used to sell to Europe how they're doing. Ask the fishermen how they're doing. You know, the most patriotic business of all, actually flying the flag off the back of their boats, picking British fish out of British waters, and they were going to have more fish, and they were going to be happier fish, because they were going to be British fish. Oh, my God, that bloke. And the farmers being upended by whatever deal that we make with New Zealand. Of course, not inked yet, even though they've told us that, it's all sealed and delivered. It isn't. But never mind, those are just facts as well. It is genuinely puzzling why they're so furiously, fist-clenchingly, spittle-flecked, eyes-bulgingly furious. Explain it to me, I double dare you. Other than there is a realisation they've been had, and to admit it is too much loss of face. Is that really it? Because if that is it, God, that's pathetic. I mean, I'm sorry, but for a grown-up, that's really sad. But I wish that bloke would call back, because, I'd like to chat some more. Trev texts, "Dear Nick, you'll feel much better about things if you call him Sasha Johnson, just like his Russian chums do." There's a thick seam of Russian influence that seems to go right through British society like words through Blackpool Rock. Curious. Craig emails, "I've heard the clocks are going back soon and I'm panicking because I can't find the receipt." Oh, a listener with material. Oh, no. And Michaela says, "I remember the 60s when the clocks did not go back. It was a thoroughly miserable time of year. People cheered when the experiment ended." Bodger Johnson working 52 weeks a year. Well, we're lucky if we get him 52 hours a year. What is he talking about? Gary texts, question, "How long does a turkey last in the freezer?" I was told about 3 months, but mine was... I did not see that coming. Oh, it's another person with material. Oh, no. Question, "How long does a turkey last in the freezer?" I was told it's about 3 months, but mine was dead the following morning. Oh, my God. That's the last joke I want to hear on this show. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Steve tweets, Nick, we will have a light shortage in this country from the end of the month. Can't Europe transport some over to us, seeing as they have more of it? See if Bodge can sort that one. We could get that bloke that I was talking to, that nice man that I was talking to about 15 minutes ago. We could get him back on the phone and he could light up this country with the incandescence of his rage. Simon tweets, "It's apparently £8 a pint in Soho." It can't be true. £8?
What?
£8 a pint. I've never heard the like of it in my life. I refuse to believe that. What is the name of the establishment that is charging £8 a pint? Mind you, he has spelt Soho with a capital S and a capital H, so maybe he's talking about south of Houston in New York. That I could believe. York. Hello, Ray.
Evening, Nick. How are you doing? All right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Good. I heard you mention earlier about the comedian you saw, and you was impressed about how long he went by, and not forgetting his lines or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty easy if you've made it up yourself, and you do a bit of rehearsing, which you only have to do a minimum amount if you made it up yourself. It's a double because I do it myself.
In what capacity do you do it yourself?
In what capacity?
Yeah. What do you do?
I'm about to do it myself, I should say, but I know I can do over an hour with the amount of material I've got, and I'll just find it a double because I've learned it myself, because I've thought of it myself. If you think of it yourself rather than rehearsing someone else's material, it's a different thing.
I sort of get it, but not really. Not remembering an hour and a...
That's how I find it so easy. I'll be doing over an hour.
Ray, but you just told me you haven't done it yet.
No, but I know how much material I've got and how long it's going to take to get through. And it'll be over an hour, and I won't fluff my lines, I know that.
Well, you don't know that.
I do know that because I've tried open mics at musical open mics at various places.
Right, so you have done it?
No, I've tried various excerpts from it. I haven't tried my proper routine now. I've just tried little excerpts out in front of people that go in for music, so it doesn't work.
So how does it start then?
Oh, no, not on national radio, not a start, I'm sorry. No.
You can't use your precious material up on this show. I understand. All right, appreciate it, Ray. No, I don't buy that. I've got no idea how people learn all that stuff. I mean, I know it might be easier, or I can understand why it might be easier if you've written it yourself. But still, it's like an hour and a half of material. How can you remember where one joke comes after the other? It's just that it's a mystery. And it's one of the reasons that I'm not very keen on plays. Because I just sit there, gripped with... I can't get past the fear that they're going to forget their lines and how awful that will make me feel. I'm sorry if this sounds selfish, but it's me. Absolutely fabulous. My favourite line from that show. Steve tweets, no, I've read that. And I've read the thing about £8 a pint in Soho.
What?
Can't be. Who would pay that? £8 a pint. That's 16 quid. That's £42 for two people having 2 pints. Can you believe that?
No.
York. Hello, Jan.
Hello, Nick. How are you tonight?
I'm great, mate.
Very good. Now then, I just wish that Boris Johnson would stop messing about and just say that masks wearing is mandatory. What do you think?
I think I have the answer as to why he and his enablers, are not wearing masks.
Why is that?
Well, leave that with me, and I'll come to that in a minute.
Right.
Have you noticed that people aren't wearing masks much out?
Yeah, definitely not. Not like they used to do.
No.
Certainly not.
I think we're pretending to ourselves that it's over.
And what Rees Mogg said the other day, that was absolutely crazy, wasn't it?
That guy.
I mean, just because you're friendly with someone, the virus doesn't know that, does it?
Yeah, I think people were concentrating on the wrong thing. He wasn't... He's not stupid enough to actually think that you can't catch it off somebody you know. He was just making a supercilious, superior... condescending point to somebody in another party who is not as friendly and not suffused with bonhomie like the Tory party apparently is. They aren't, but that was his point.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah,
and I see Johnson now is just saying that we should be cautious. Well, that is a stupid thing to say, because surely he knows very well that most people won't be cautious, will they?
Yeah, plus, what does that even mean?
People won't.
Yeah.
I can't get it at all. I really can't.
There's not much that's happened this year, or last year, to that matter, that actually makes any sense. No.
No, none of it does really, does it? I don't know. And another thing,
And another thing.
were you going to say something?
Well, I was. Because the one of the podcasts that I do is called the Nick Abbott Habit, and that's of old shows. And the period that I'm taking the clips from, it comes out on Monday. It's just best of concentrated funny bits. The period that I'm taking them from is January last year, just when we were hearing for the first time about this strange disease in China, but it hadn't actually touched us yet.
That's right. I heard it the other day. I listen every week.
Do you? And it's really bizarre listening to how we were talking about that then, not knowing what was coming.
I know. If only we'd known, eh?
If only, we'd have all upped sticks and moved to New Zealand.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. And what about all these reshuffles we keep having? I've never understood those, because how can someone jump into a new job and know what they're doing straight away?
Yeah, well, they don't.
That doesn't make sense, does it?
At all. That's what the civil service is there for, to actually run things while you got a bunch of clowns waving their arms around and spouting spurious statistics.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you be head of education one day and head of transport the next? And having no experience of either. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
I don't know. I think somebody...
presumably, none of these people have any control or power of any kind whatsoever, and they're just a bunch of nodding dogs that to do whatever the bodge says.
Yeah, I think they are. I don't know. I don't know. It just makes me mad. Really does.
Well, you fit right in.
I can't believe it. When I sometimes watch the Parliament thing, not often, but just a few times. I just can't believe the way they carry on.
Yes, it is hard to believe that those people are actually in charge of all of us.
Yeah. The way they mess about and shout and jeer at each other. Oh, dear.
But they're having fun, Jan. That's the sound of them having fun at our expense. Smirking because they know they're getting away with it.
Yeah, I wish they'd stop it and get on with some work.
That's a good thought. All right, thanks a lot, Jan. Yeah, they should stay after class. See me later. Oh dear. Paul texts, taxi for Johnson. COVID infections going up in Cornwall and medical centres rammed, ambulances in their droves parked up. Johnson, everything's cool, man. We don't listen to the scientists anymore. Well, Johnson, come December, it will be 70,000 and 300 to 400 deaths a day. Taxi for Johnson, says Paul. Very insistent. That taxi's got a waiting charge. The clock's ticking, Bodger. Stephen emails, yes, it's true that the EU Parliament proposed staying at GMT plus 2 hours all year round, but the measure was never brought into law because of COVID. But at least we too will have another hour in bed on the 1st of November. No, we won't. We'll wake up at the same time. I mean, you don't just lie in bed when you're awake, do you? You get up. Well, I suppose I guess it's entirely possible that people do. Plus, it'll be a Sunday, so it won't really make no never mind. 4:30, it's going to get dark. Oh, Struth, it's come around too quick. Jim says, Nick, asked James if he's celebrating the New Zealand trade deal that's going to put Welsh hill farmers out of business. Who's James? Who's James?
James? Oh, the Welsh one.
The Welsh one? Oh, the guy who was furiously angry. Him.
That's the one.
Right, okay. Well, the guy... the guy who came on and said... Yeah, his head was exploding. Russia and America won the war. We were there, but we didn't win the war. If it hadn't been for them, we'd be speaking German right now. Yeah? Phil tweets, hi Nick, I voted Leave against my better judgment, but I will not vote Tory. I'm a Labour supporter, says Phil. Well, good for you, Phil. Paul says, let me just get an overview of where I am, because See, all these messages are cut and pasted onto my little scrolling screen here. And I only see about the first top two without scrolling down. And I usually get to the end of the show and I start scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling, and there's about a mile's worth of messages that I haven't read yet. So I'm going to try and keep on top of it, because I'm a good boy, I am. Paul says, Britain returned to British summertime after the war, except for an experiment between 1968 and 71, when the clocks went forward but were not put back. The experiment was discontinued as it was found impossible to assess the advantages and disadvantages of British summertime. That's just nonsense. The advantage is that we all get an extra hour of light in the evening, which is when we can use it, not in the morning when we can't. What are we going to do with an extra hour of light in the morning? What would you do with it? Nothing. There's nothing you can do with it, because you're getting up, you're brushing your teeth and you're having your breakfast and you're sending the kids off to school. Got to go to school, kids. And, you're running around and getting the bus. Can't do anything with an extra hour of light in the morning, but you can in the evening. You can go out and enjoy yourself, spend a bit of money, honey. Revivify our moribund economy. Do our bit, instead of just cooped up inside, staring at the rain, lashing against the windows. Michael texts, Iceland live in the dark during the winter, so they see no point in messing with the clocks. Yeah. They'd have to put the clocks forward about 12 hours, wouldn't they? Or about 6 months. Edward says, how did you get on when you complained to your dentist last Monday when your appointment was cancelled due to his taking a holiday? Well, see, you're very... I'm very reluctant to pick a fight with my dentist before he's actually concluded all of the treatment. I mean, I might tick him off afterwards, but not before. I mean, I've seen Marathon Man. All right, this masks thing. It was all about the masks this week. Health Secretary Sajid Javid, Super Saj, Sajman Jav, earlier this week suggested MPs and ministers should wear a face mask in the crowded House of Commons. His Sajness clearly did not get the memo. The Tories don't wear face masks in the House of Commons because it associates them with the virus in the minds of the viewers. They want to be dissociated from it in the minds of the public. So we get the Labour benches all masked up and looking frightened and clearly in the midst of a pandemic, while the Tory benches are maskless and so seem strong and past the pandemic. It's visuals. It's just PR. It's the political game. It's all about winning at whatever cost. And then we have that performance artist who uses fake politeness as a weapon, that etiolated ghoul Smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
When asked the perfectly reasonable question about why the Tories are not setting an example while 120 people die of the virus every day, Smug said that Tory MPs do not need to wear coverings in the House of Commons because Tory MPs know each other and have a convivial, fraternal spirit. He's not stupid enough to actually think that. It's a game to him, point scoring. While 120 people die of the virus every day, he's playing one-upmanship word games trying to belittle his opponents. You know, just like Jesus would. I mean, let's just think about that. 120 people die of this thing a day. That's as many as you would get inside a commercial airliner. Do you think that if a commercial airliner was smashing into the ground in this country every day with a loss of every life on board, that we might be doing something to avoid that? Or at least it might be top of the news? I mean, it's not like it's not like it's happening everywhere. We're now the worst performing country in Europe. Again. Under the same management that brought us the worst death rate on earth outside of the US and Brazil. Countries with many hundreds of millions of people more than we have. And instead of helping us to make the right choice by taking visible precautions, that same government are instead telling us to do one thing while doing the opposite themselves. Again. and trying to be archly witty about it and hugging themselves in delight about how awfully clever they are. I mean, have you ever seen anyone so absolutely thrilled with himself as Smug? And the actual Health Secretary, Sajman Jav, suggested MPs and ministers should wear a mask in the Commons, you know, considering how crowded it is and all. And you would expect from this circus of ineptitude, Downing Street declined to back him, insisting that masks are a matter of personal judgment. What can that possibly mean? How can you make a personal judgment when the wearing of a mask is not for your protection, it's to protect others from what you might have? I mean, what thought process are we talking about here? To come to your own judgment? I mean, the most selfish will take no precautions to save others, leaving the unselfish exposed to possible death whether they wear masks or not. It's like saying that stopping at a red light is a matter of personal judgment. Of course, if you're in a hatchback, it already is.
Correct.
On Wednesday, Sajman Jav, Super Saj, the Health Secretary, called for Tories to set a good example by masking up to help avoid COVID restrictions being reimposed. And Number 10 appeared surprised that Javid had issued the call to set a good example and declined to back his advice. Because setting a good example isn't in the script, is it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
So Smug was grilled on the subject in the Commons, and he said there is no advice to wear face masks in workplaces. He said the advice on crowded spaces is with crowded spaces with people that you don't... The advice on crowded spaces is with people that you don't know. We on this side know each other. That's not in the biblical... I presume that he didn't mean it in the biblical sense.
Disgusting.
Know each other. He said, we on this side have a more convivial and fraternal spirit and therefore are following the guidance of Her Majesty's government. Oh, Her Majesty's government. Aren't they magisterial?
No.
And the Twitterverse went into spasms of outrage, rather missing the point that he only said it to get one over on the Scottish MP who asked him about it. Games. Slyly implying that the superior Tories get on with each other while MPs from other inferior parties don't. That was the point of what he said. Had nothing to do with masks or anything else. It's just a game. Point scoring. Just having fun, you know. Why shouldn't he be having fun? I mean, the downturn in the economy and the economic disaster that is Brexit for us little people won't affect him at all. In fact, he just gets richer. And his fans seem determined to vote for him even as they bury their dead and queue for those uplifting food banks. It's the same with the whole government. I mean, they're doing just fine, thank you very much. It's why they always seem to be smirking. They're getting richer and getting away with it. And they can rely on their fans voting for them because they have been persuaded that it's all okay as long as the other side are upset. It's just so easy for them. If only there wasn't a mountain of dead people in their rearview mirror, it might not seem so bad. And the return of mandatory face coverings in certain settings is one of the measures contained in the government's Plan B, which comes as a surprise to me. I didn't know they had a Plan A. Health bosses are freaking out, urging ministers to implement that plan now, fearing of a winter crisis in the NHS. COVID-19, the cases spiking massively upwards. But ministers are resisting, insisting they remain focused on the vaccine rollout. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
Coming to a stuttering halt. And their popularity just keeps going ever upwards. There is no amount of pain up with which we will not put. I'm on a roll now. Twice I've got that sentence right. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
I can't believe it. Howard texts, £8 a pint in Soho. Yes, but a pint of what? Well, that's a good point, Howard. I mean, if it's gin, then that's just fine. Tequila Absolutely.
Booze.
Beer, it's a no from me. I once ordered... I came back from Italy. This is, I don't know, more than a decade ago, when I went on holiday. I used to go on holiday. Can you believe that?
No.
And in my dim, distant memory, I remember going to Italy, and you get the most fantastic coffee there. Everywhere. It doesn't matter where you go. You can get it in a 5-star hotel or in a cart in a park. Everywhere you get coffee, it's fantastic. You get espresso. If it's not breakfast, you drink an espresso. And, you order a double espresso, and, wow, your mind just goes... It's like drugs. And so I came back with a taste of that, and I went to a famous coffee place in Soho and ordered a double espresso. Now, their single espresso was £2.40. And two double espressos. He said that'll be £9.60, please.
What?
So he charged me twice the price of a single for a double. Now that's not what you do. You just add 10p for a double, or 20p at most. You don't charge twice. £9.60 for 2 tiny cups of coffee. So I balked at that, and I said, "You're joking, aren't you?" And in the Soho manner, he took them off the counter and threw them down the sink. Well, good thing too. I wasn't going to pay for them. Last time I go there, if indeed it still exists, is anything? Does anything still exist in Soho? Is there anything still open?
Hello, Nick. Hello,
Alex.
Hello, mate. Yeah, I'm afraid what you struck upon here is a very agreeable phone call.
Oh, no.
I know. Right. So basically, I've got COVID at the moment, right?
What, you got it right
COVID.
Now?
Yeah, I've got it right now.
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
Yeah.
Well, you're on the phone talking to me.
I know. You're at distance, I'm pretty sure. You'll be okay, won't you? Yeah.
I don't like the question in your voice.
Anyway, I've got COVID because, and this is the key. I've got it because my daughter caught it from school. So basically, like last Friday, there were 3 cases in my daughter Livy's class, and the school emailed to say go and get a PCR test for your child. But then we were told that whilst we were waiting for the results, that they could go back to school.
Oh.
So, I know. So that test was negative, right? And then on Monday, someone else in her class got COVID, and then we're told the same, go and get a PCR. This time, I chose to keep Livy off whilst we waited for the result, but it was too late, so she's tested positive. Subsequently, so did I. Subsequently, so did lots of other people in her class, and then they shut they shut the class down, and then a couple of other classes as well. They just sent them all home.
That seems to be a fault in the system. I mean, I'm a dope, but even I can figure out that you don't send people back before you've got the result of their test.
Oh God, Nick, this is the problem. When I did a bit of journalism, and I looked into it, and I realised very simply that they had just taken advice from the local outbreak team, who subsequently are taking advice from the government.
Oh,
so Sajid Javid on Wednesday is saying, we're about to hit 100,000 cases a day, go and get a booster jab, wear masks. And then he says, oh, by the way, don't worry, we've got this great antiviral vaccine on the way, which might be around by the end of the year. So that's great. That's great. See, my response to that is, come on, there's a direct link between the problem I've just described and the spread of COVID, and the solution is not a vaccine. Not at this stage. I mean, you can just hear the kind of the PR cogs going around in Sajid Javid's head as he's being questioned about, how maybe we should be changing our behaviour and looking into sort of local guidance and policy before we start rocking about.
We hear nothing from the government more than lessons must be learned. We are learning lessons.
Yeah.
They don't learn a lesson from what they're doing at this minute, let alone from something that happened in the past. The only thing that makes any sense to me is that they are trying to remove, like I said just now, they're trying to dissociate themselves from the virus in the minds of the public. They want it behind them, and it doesn't really. The consequences are a secondary consideration to clinging on to power. If they can just associate the Labour Party with the virus, then people will think, oh, yeah, that's right, it's all Keir Starmer's fault, because he's the bloke who's wearing a mask.
Well, I agree. And also, you know, everything you just said actually in your introduction before me was pretty much everything I was going to say. So it might end up being goodbye in a second or so. But anyway, the thing is, if you think back to this time last year, you know, when they cocked all that up as well, didn't they? When cases were rising. And
the worst response of any country on Earth, I think, in the first wave.
Completely, totally, woefully inept way of dealing with it.
Yeah.
But then what came along after that was, you know, they said, oh, yeah, well, don't worry, though, because there's a vaccine on the way. Yeah. Now we're a year ahead, and we're going through exactly the same thing. And it's so obvious to me that, you know, this kind of PR engine, as you just said, is, you know, they want to disassociate themselves from, you know, any kind of local changes, which would include stuff like mask wearing and social distancing. And they think that the way around it is just by sort of pushing this vaccine message. So you sort of look into Sajid Javid's sort of cold, you know, dead face, you know, when he's being quizzed by all these journalists about, you know, maybe we should actually sort of change things, you know, where we live before we start, you know, injecting ourselves all over again. He sort of goes, no, don't worry. Now go and get your booster jab. And by the way, we've got an antiviral one on the way as well. Well,
it's actually the same approach. It's the same approach as global warming. They keep saying, oh well, you know, in the future we'll invent this thing that will cure the problem. So it's not an issue.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's laughable, really. But I mean, the thing is, though, if they want to stop the spread of the virus, they've got to start looking at the way they're managing the situation at schools, because, you know, so many people I know where I live now have got it, and that's because the kids have got it from school because of this stupid local guidance about them being there whilst you wait for a test.
That just seems like the dumbest thing I've heard today, and it's a packed list.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I've spoken to a couple of people who are my friends, and they've sort of put a question mark over why I'm challenging all of this. So, but yeah, most people have gone, that's just madness.
Yeah. Well, it don't make no sense to me. But then neither does anything else that's happened over the last 2 years. All right, thanks for the bad news. Hey, what does it feel like, Alex?
It's a bit sweaty, and my throat's a bit horrible, and I'm a bit dizzy. And I've been sort of comedy clumsy at the moment, sort of dropping stuff all over the place and bumping into things, but it's not so bad. Yeah. Hey, Nick, listen, before I go, I've been listening to you since the 90s, and
wow.
You used to, crazy. You used to do a lightning round, and I think you should bring that back just now and again.
Well, you know, let me think about that.
No, just do it. just do it. Boris should.
Yeah, definitely not.
No.
Let me think about it. All right, thanks a lot, Alex. Thanks for describing your symptoms to us.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. If you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. He's feeling dizzy, but not in a good way. Tony texts, me and my missus are both very patriotic and still very angry. We are having a Brexit Christmas dinner, no Brussels. Well, good thing too. Brussels sprouts? No, freedom sprouts. Sedley texts, does this mean the clock in my car is going to be wrong for the next 6 months? Yeah, well, if yours is anything like mine, then yes. Oh, by the way...
Warning!
If you learn nothing else from this show, then you will have learned nothing else from this show, which is kind of disappointing, because this is a fact-packed show. Don't do what I did, stupid moron, and not change the clock in your car, but then rely on that clock. Because I parked up in a place that you could park between, I think, like 11 and 4, either side of which it's a bus lane. And I got there at 3, and I thought, OK, well, you can park there till 4. No problem. I've got an hour. I'll nip to the shops and get some stuff and come back. What could possibly go wrong? Well, I hadn't put my clock forward in the car, so it wasn't 3, it was already 4, and I'd given the evil person with a book and a camera an hour to ticket me. Not evil, of course, just doing their job. Fortune it cost me. Neil emails, went to see King at Junction in Cambridge. Does this make any sense? What's King? What's the junction? Where's Cambridge? He says, I went to see King at the Junction in Cambridge this evening. Had a punt at the pint shop beforehand. £9.20.
What?
You've got to be kidding me. £9.20 for a pint. He says it's 8.5% alcohol by volume. Wow, that's like cough syrup. 8.5%. Paul says, I think the clocks go forward and back because someone's Uncle Freddie did not like flying his Junker bomber in the dark. I've got no idea what that means. I mean, I know what the words mean individually, but not in the order in which you put them. Who's Uncle Freddie? Don't tell me. Gordon says, how about we put the clock forward an hour every spring and never put it back? It would be different, and after 24 years, we would get back to where we started. After Brexit, we can do anything. Well, that's an excellent idea, Gordon. You start and tell us how it goes. We'll maybe follow you later. Pete says, why is it the bottom bit of cornettos are always broken? I'd vote for anyone who could solve this vital problem, says Pete. The bottom bit? What, you mean where it comes to a point? Or is that what a cornetto is? What's a cornetto?
It's the ice cream with the chocolate at the bottom.
In a cone?
In the cone, yes.
In a cone, as in cornetto, right. Yes, that's right. It's got chocolate in the bottom. So yummy. Other ice creams are available. Broken? Well, it's user error, I expect, Pete. Be more gentle with your cornetto. Treat it lovingly, and it will love you right back. This says, on the same theme, this anonymous text says, I'm sat listening, eating, thinking how chocolate bars are getting smaller. Have you noticed? No, you're getting bigger. Dartford. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Nick.
Dave.
Right.
Yes, good, thanks.
You were saying about the mask wearing.
Yes.
Well, a fortnight ago, they had the Labour conference.
Yeah. Fortnight tomorrow.
You see it?
A fortnight ago.
Yesterday. Fortnight ago.
When was
none of them they weren't wearing masks.
None of them were wearing masks?
No. Starmer was up there.
What, when he was speaking?
Yeah, well, they had a line, don't they? They're all up, and most of the audience didn't have masks on.
Right. But you can't... Right, okay. Well, I don't know about that, but I, like the rest of the country, didn't watch it.
Oh, that's why, then. And then I nearly got through on Ian Dale's programme on cross questions to ask you, and it didn't happen.
Right. So you fell at that hurdle, but leapt over mine. I see. That's nice.
So you didn't see them anyway. Your listeners, some of them might have seen it.
Yeah, I think it's setting an example. You see, nobody really watches the conference, televised parts of it. Nobody watches that. Like 0 people, not at all. It's on in the daytime for a start. Plus,
boring.
Who cares? We'll just watch it, the bit in the news, which will be the roundup. We don't watch any of the other stuff because it's just too dull. But people do actually see Prime Minister's questions because they put that footage, on during the week frequently, and it's the setting an example part.
I wondered why they could go through the conference because all Labour supporters were there. They didn't need to wear the mask. But when they're with the opposite parties,
and
obviously the government, they've got to wear masks.
Setting an example.
And I see LBC is...
I'm not wearing a mask right now, if that's what you were going to say.
No, LBC started the Labour Party commercial again.
Commercial?
Yeah.
What are they selling? Carpets?
No.
Are they selling non-broken cornettos? I'll buy 6. A commercial. The big red party on Petticoat Lane. Thanks a lot, Dave. 0345 6060 973. Gordon, I can't believe I can remember that. That's not still running, that advert, is it?
No.
Is that a yes? I mean, the Petticoat Lane one, not the other one. I've got no idea which one he's talking about. Gordon texts, you are very good at that Jacob Rees-Mogg voice, Nick. Paul says, I thought I spotted Marc Francois with a mask around his neck. But it just turned out to be another neck. He is just a giant, plump bundle of fun, isn't he? Ito tweets, summertime advances clocks. Full stop. Does that make sense?
No.
Summertime advances clocks. The default time is the one we'll have in a week. If we stop switching to summertime as you campaign, we'll still have sunset at 4 p.m. in winter. This won't change. We'll also have sunset earlier in summer. Stop moaning. Well, first of all, Ito, you can shove it. Second, that's not what I'm suggesting. The default time says who? Who says the default time is anything at all? The default time can be whatever we set it to. It's just time. It's all random. I mean, the units of time are not set in stone, and they haven't always been this way. I mean, for a while there used to be 10 hours in the day and 10 days in the week. I saw that on a something or other. It was probably in Folkestone. Some statue of I can't remember what it was, but this was the information that it imparted. Oh, it was part of the Folkestone triennial. There was a clock with 10 hours to not 12. With the information that it used to be like that for a little while in, I think, France. You know, French people. No! They had 10 hours a day and 10 days a week for a little while. They tried that out. See how it, and it could be that way now. The only thing that really determines our time is the spinning of the globe and the track around the sun. I mean, at some point, about 2 months away, we're going to reach a point in space. It's almost like going through this imaginary hoop in space, which constitutes our new year. Of course, it won't be the actual new year. It's sort of like a few days late for some stupid reason that's lost in the fog of time. But no, I'm suggesting that we don't default back to GMT, that we have GMT plus 1 or 2 all year long. Brighter in the evening. Better. This text says, the government have put all their eggs in the booster basket. The booster jab will save us just like the COVID jab has, as long as you ignore the 1,000 deaths a week, 40,000 COVID infections a day, and an NHS on its knees. Yes, the government would like you to ignore that.
Thank you.
We appreciate your cooperation. I mean, Boris Johnson will be on any moment making a joke. He is a funny man, isn't he? This says, make sure you have a lateral flow test when you get home. I absolutely will. And Paul says, am I the only person in the country that hasn't had one of those tests yet? I haven't stuck anything up my nose or down my throat at all. Not once. I don't even know what a lateral flow test looks like. Paul tweets, hi Nick, my daughter got COVID a few weeks ago and it was nothing to her really, just a cough. Also, nobody else in the family caught it off her, so it seems to me people are experiencing different outcomes. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are experiencing different outcomes. Some people, it doesn't affect them in any way, shape or form. I've got ill. You know, going back to, as I was saying before, I do this podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit, and I'm just listening to shows that I used to do in like a couple of years ago, and this was January 2020, and I was ill in January with something that I put down to like a bad oyster. But in retrospect, I'm not sure it was, because I had a very similar feeling a couple of months later when I actually took a day off work, if you can believe that. I haven't had a day off work for something other than throwing up, like ever. I don't ever remember taking a day off work, apart from that one time. And it was very, very similar to something that I had like a few months later. So I may have been one of the first people in this country to get the killer disease. And it affected me just a bit, like one day, and it was over. A couple of times, maybe 3 times, I went through the same thing. But other people, of course, have very much more serious complications, like up to and including their demise. Phil says, but Nick, if we didn't put the clocks back, how could we say, isn't it getting dark early to everyone for a week? Let's have a call in Manchester. Louise.
Oh, hi there, Nick.
Louise.
Hi, are they building the asylums anytime soon?
Why? Are they madmen taking them over?
Well, they say we're all going mad. There's a lot of mental health going about, isn't there? Wonder why.
I don't know.
Anyway, financial finagling. Don't worry, I won't mention any banks or anything. Today I received a letter from my bank.
What?
And it said, read the leaflet enclosed for further information. There's no leaflet enclosed for a start.
Yeah, we have not included the leaflet for your convenience.
Yeah, and these changes, I've got a new card and whatever, terms and conditions, T's and C's, are going to start the 31st of December this year.
Right.
So if you want to bugger off from the bank you're in, you've got a very short time to sort of arrange it. But anyway, Brexit and banking, here we go, that's one of them. Our current accounts are designed to be used in the UK. So we're changing our terms to reflect the effect of the UK leaving the EU.
Right, these are your new terms. Let's see if I can follow what we've learned so far. This is you reading the terms and conditions of your new bank card, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So they have rewritten the terms and conditions in celebration of us leaving the evil European socialist experiment. No! Right.
Yep, so it says and respect, if you don't respect, it won't tolerate any discrimination at all, and we can close down your account immediately.
If you don't respect... Respect what?
If you don't respect people, discrimination, if you discrimination, they won't tolerate it. So any racial or other discrimination towards our colleagues, we can now close your account immediately because of this kind of unacceptable behaviour.
Right. Well, control yourself, Louise.
Well, I always do, except when somebody pushes in front of me in the bank when I was hurt.
I don't know what they're talking about, but they're talking about respecting their staff. You don't see their staff anymore. You go into a bank. I went to a bank the other week, and there was literally no one. There was no counter, and it was like walking into a sort of
space capsule.
A little bit, yeah. It was like, this is not a bank I'm in. I thought it looks like, those. If you go to an airport or like a motorway service station, there'll be a little room off to the side where they've got the fruit machines. You know the kind of thing. Yeah, that's what it looked like. It looked like a little room where adults go to waste their money on fruit machines, because it was just a bank of machines. Which would either take your money or spew it out. And no one appeared to work there. It was just so weird. There were a couple of kids, literally without uniform. They were just sort of lounging on one of the sofas playing video games. I think they just come in to sit down. That's what banks are now.
Well, this is all the new thing coming about next year, and also, you know, that in the supermarket, they're trying out no checkouts at all. Just
about blooming time. I mean, all those poor people that sit on that conveyor belt going boop, 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 boop all day long. I mean, that would just drive you out your mind, wouldn't it?
I let a guy in today in front of me because he had to get back to work because he only had about less than an hour.
Yeah.
And he'd just come from work.
Mm-hmm.
And he'd picked up a few bits for his meal.
Yeah.
And he said he'd got to eat quick and then go back to work again.
But this is the wrong procedure. You're supposed to take your food to your desk and eat it there while you continue to work.
Well, I don't know what sort of work he had. I didn't ask him, but the poor guy looked absolutely knackered.
Yeah. That's somebody... that's somebody with a normal work day, Louise. You and I can only dream of it.
Yeah, what happened to enlightenment in the age of the computers?
Yeah, what happened to all of those labour-saving devices? They don't seem to have saved us any labour at all. Those time-saving devices, well, time's up. And you lose. All right, thanks a lot, Louise. 0345 6060 973. Jim texts, Pete should have taken his Cornetto back to the shop where he bought it and complained. You should sue them, Pete. I wouldn't stand for that. Adrian says, my grandma always said never turn the clock backwards, keep going round forwards because turning it backwards breaks the clock. I've never questioned this before and I wonder if it's true. I've always thought that too. It may well be true with older timepieces. I don't know whether it's true with a watch, but I just do that. And then, of course, you've got if it's got a watch that's got a calendar, then you've got to go all the way around the month to the beginning again. But, you know, it's only twice a year. Stop complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. I want to do vouchers for getting fat in a bit. But first, here's a call in Bromley. Hello, Luke.
Hi, Nick. Hello. Good evening. Right, what do you think about traffic lights? I mean, this is my theory. I've just come home, driving along through Orpington, and I didn't stop. You know, everything was green, and it's like something occurred to me. Why do traffic lights actually function at night time, apart from no reason at all? There's no traffic, so why have lights? Perhaps they should turn these things off at night time. What do you reckon?
I think that there's something in that. I find driving home at night, when there's practically no one else on the roads, particularly the roads that I take, quite often you'll get stopped at a traffic light that isn't on a junction. It's just a crossing light for people. You know, it's like a pedestrian light. Right. And for no apparent reason, it will stop me, even though, like a good boy, I'm not breaking the speed limit. Now, I could understand if it would clock your speed ahead of time and stop you, because you've been a bad boy. But it's not that. Yeah. So it just seems to be random.
So there must be many a nights where you finish a shift, you're driving home, and you end up tapping the dashboard at some traffic lights, no traffic around, and you're just waiting there. That's called green. That's called emissions, isn't it? I mean, we're trying to go green.
Exactly. We're trying to green up the place. Precisely.
I mean, so in the gift of trying to please Boris, which I'm not totally for this whole thing, but anyway, turn the lights off at night time. If there's no traffic, why have traffic lights?
Yeah, I think you've got something there. That does make sense. Yeah. Plus, you'll save electricity.
It'll save time. It'll save. You'll get home quicker. Listen, do you know where the first traffic light ever was? I thought this was quite interesting.
The first ever traffic light?
Yep. Without Googling it.
The Savoy Hotel.
It was outside the Houses of Parliament.
Oh, close.
It was one traffic light, obviously, first one, and it was operated by a policeman, and it was to stop too many horses coming over the bridge, and stopping people, I suppose, because obviously too many horses and carriages were just coming over. So they had this big gas light thing in 1860.
Yeah. And,
So there you go.
They've been gaslighting us ever since.
Yeah. Wait.
All right, thanks a lot, Luke. Hey, this every now and again, almost by accident, this show becomes educational, yes?
No.
Chris texts, everyone in the Labour conference had to show a negative test to get in. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, not hypocritical at all. Everyone who went to the Labour conference had to show a negative test or double vaccination in order to get in, which is probably what informs a lack of mask wearing, if that is indeed what happened there. Like I said, I didn't watch it because, I'm allergic to being bored. Nobody watches the conference. Even the people that go to those conferences don't watch the conference. They're busy having their hot assistants take down some dictation.
Disgusting.
Kate texts, Nick, my cornettos are not broken at the bottom. Is your listener letting them defrost a bit before freezing them? If so, are they soggy at the bottom? I freeze them as soon as they're delivered to my door, says Kate. Well, anything to avoid a soggy bottom. Kate. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, are you a good boy, Nick?
I guess so, yeah, every now and again.
Yeah, I wonder, are you green?
I'm a good boy, I am.
Yeah. Are you green? Have you got green...
fingers?
Yeah, or no, green...
toes?
Green... what was it? Green...
Cagoule?
Green principles or whatever, No, I just wonder whether I'm imagining it or whether I keep hearing about green initiatives from the government.
Yes.
Various green things going on in the last few weeks.
Yeah. They're going to magic new technology out of thin air in order to solve all of our problems. Yeah. That is government policy.
Yeah, because I keep hearing these green, and I don't know if they're actually proper initiatives or just like they might tax all single-use items, not just plastics, anything that could be single-use, I guess.
Well, their big news is everyone's got to replace their boilers with heat pumps. Something of a problem with that is we don't have remotely enough heat pump engineers, because funny, you can't actually just nail one onto the side of your house. This is not a DIY job. You've got to have an expert come over and do it for you. And we ain't got no experts.
Yeah. There was also this thing about grants for heat pumps. Yeah, and like you say about the heat pumps, I think it's more than just installing a heat pump. You basically got to re-engineer your house. So you have to install insulation and all that sort of thing.
All of that sort of thing.
All that malarkey, yeah.
Yes. So that's not going to happen, but it won't come to bite Bodge on the bottom, because he'll be long gone by the time the time scale is up. Everything's going to be in the future, at which point he won't be around anymore to take the flak when it hasn't happened.
But he seems to be enjoying jumping the bandwagon. I keep hearing him blabbering on about something, a green this and a green that, and
blabbering on. How offensive!
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I guess that's right. Yeah.
But what do you think? This COP conference in 2 weeks' time, was it?
Yes.
What do you think is going to come out of that? I don't
know. Blah blah. Just as Greta said, it's going to be nothing, and you know it.
No, I thought we might get solve the world's problems.
It will be as before. They will agree, as with one voice, that it really is awful and something should be done, and that'll be it.
Yeah, I think the main problem is that all the big countries are not going to be there. I don't know if China's going to be. Russia isn't coming.
Apparently, Russia, rootin' tootin' shooting Putin ain't coming, and China they're probably not going to be here, and America are only arriving because probably they're. It's en route to somewhere more interesting. I've got no idea. It ain't going to amount to a hill of beans.
Yeah. Well, we will see. It should be interesting.
I suppose so.
Should make some good news anyway.
All right. Thanks a lot, John. He just wants to be entertained. Kate says... Oh, no, I've read that one. Kate's the person with the soggy bottom. Paul says, the Tory conference is boring. I end up just counting the upside-down smiles. Gaz tweets, shortage of wine come Christmas because of Brexit. That's a bridge too far. Now, come on. Only allowed to order one glass when dining out to save supplies. we're doomed. No one's going to do that, especially at Christmas, because it's not about Jesus' birthday. It's about consuming as much as you possibly can.
Booze.
Of that and everything else that you can get your hands on. Buying stuff that nobody needs with money that you haven't got, that they won't want as soon as they unwrap it. They'll be regifting it or selling it on eBay. Oh, God, eBay is going to be absolutely stuffed to the gills with people's unwanted Christmas presents. Just save your money, people. This text says, the only problem with ordering wine by the glass is that some wine glasses are so big they are pretty much a full bottle of wine. Yeah, those are my favourites. It is, it's probably not helping, actually, that if you order a glass of wine, you are, in most cases, getting a third of a bottle. I think that's probably not helping our relationship with alcohol.
Booze.
Exactly. John says, unfortunately, I now realise I am allergic to wine. If I have 3 bottles, I get dizzy and fall over. Well, you want to watch that, John? Sounds like a serious medical condition. David says, if inflation gets any higher, we'll end up like Scandinavia, only without the knitwear. Yeah, and without all that hot hygge action.
Disgusting.
You know, all that the Scandinavians doing hot hygge with each other. None of that. Jim says, alcohol shortage because of Brexit. That's going to be a game changer. Maybe Smug will tell people to stop whining. Get it?
Stop whining.
More listeners with material.
Oh,
no. I'm really blasting through these. I'm doing very well this... Oh, God, no, I'm not actually. I've got about 2 feet to go. 2 feet of messages left to go. Still, I've got 30 minutes of the show left. If I just concentrate on these, I might be able to get through them. Alcohol shortage because of Brexit. Okay. Kay emails, in a couple of months, I will have run out of fat. What does that mean? What with the universal credit cut, can I get... oh, I see, right. Can I get and use these fat vouchers to get fatter? Where can I view the T's and C's? I was too skinny before the uplift, and I will get too skinny again very soon, no doubt, says Kay. Hey, Kay.
Stop whining.
Yeah, fat vouchers. We're going to get fat vouchers, have you heard? This is tremendous news. I guess I haven't got time now. I'll do it after the news. Simon texts, I invented a friend for an ice cream on our seafront, 1 large and 1 small, a tiny flake in each. I was charged £6.60. What? For 2 ice creams? With a tiny flake, 1 large and 1 small. I bet it wasn't even ice cream, but I bet it was that foam they squirt out of the machine. That's not ice cream. I've got no idea what it is. What's it made of, that stuff that squirts out of the machine? With, the stuff that comes in ridges. And do they ever clean that machine? I mean, can you... If you had to bet one way or the other, you would probably go with whatever is in the bottom of that machine has been there for decades. Probably since the 1970s. What is that stuff? It's not ice cream. It doesn't melt. It maintains its shape in the hottest of heat. Patrick says, avoid dental problems and go for checkups as often as possible. Surely you know the drill by now. Oh, please, will you stop with the jokes? I'm blaming my glamorous assistant in the absence of anybody else that's here. It's just her and me in the building, so it's got to be her fault. Mary texts, sounding like Uncle Albert during the war, sounding like Uncle Albert. During the war, we had double summertime. It was light until 10 p.m. Well, it's light until 10 p.m. in the summer now. We now live in a world where the streetlights are turned off. Double summertime would provide a light of an evening. Safe journey home, Nick, says Mary. Appreciate it, Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah, we absolutely should. Every single year, people who aren't just trying to make some point, some political point about, if the government wants us to do it, then it must be right and proper. They've looked at it robustly, which seems to be their favourite word. Everything's robust with this government. Have you noticed? If it's not got a number, if it's not 56% more and £13.5 billion extra, and it's all just a blizzard of numbers about which they have thought robustly. Whereas I can't actually think of anybody who is less like the dictionary definition of robust. Bodge? Yes. Paul says, Star of Bethlehem, more sat-nav, I suppose. Star of Bethlehem, more sat-nav, I suppose. I don't know what that means. Probably something religious. This says, in America, lights flash after 12 a.m., I think, until 5, and basically become stop signs, so if clear, you can go. You can also turn right on red lights at junctions if clear at all times, which is very sensible. Yes. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but America is right. What? You can turn on a red light if it's clear, and at night, I think lights do become stop signs, which you can pay attention to or not, as the case may be. And always exchange gunfire if anybody changes lane in front of you. Those are the rules. 0345 6060 973. At least they are in Miami. Philip tweets, Nick, when I last went to Corsica a few years ago, they only had 3 sets of traffic lights in all of the southern part of the country. Locals told me they have among the lowest rates of accidents in France, as people actually look when they cross a junction. Can you believe that?
No.
Well, we're too busy. Got a lot of things on. Got no time to look. We're getting the seat just so, and making a call and texting our mates and fiddling with the radio. Fiddling with ourselves.
Disgusting.
Too busy to look. Pat tweets, hey Nick, you reminded me about the middle of January 2020. I came down with the worst cold I've ever had. Normally if I get one it lasts about 3 or 4 days. This one went on for weeks, with headaches and a sore throat and a cough. Never had that before. I wonder if it was it. Yes. It is interesting. I know I keep saying this, but it is kind of illuminating, because you just forget pretty much everything that's ever happened to you. I mean, the minutiae of your everyday existence, the little stories that come up on the news and they fade away in a day, and you just forget them all. But that's why it's kind of interesting to go back on old shows. Like it's over a year and a half ago now that I'm listening to pull clips out for the podcast that I do called The Nick Abbott Habit. And, all that stuff, all that small stuff that at the time we didn't think anything of. And somebody else said, there's so many people who have gone down with some sort of like a cold type thing in the building. And at the time you don't take any notice of it because you hadn't, the COVID thing hadn't really unfolded. But now looking back, you think, that's what that was, in all probability. I think a lot of people were getting sick a lot earlier than we imagine was the case now. Because you just forget all that stuff because it wasn't front of mind. You just thought, I'm just feeling really ill, not I've got this invisible menace. Because it was something that was abroad, something that was in China. I can't believe he's trying to open his own social media site called Truth.
Oh, shut up!
He's a funny guy, isn't he? No. He used to be amusing. Now I'm just afraid. It's if he ever gets in again, it's curtains for humankind. This text says, in its desperate attempt to remain relevant in today's world, the last thing this country would do is relinquish Greenwich Mean Time, the standard by which the world's time zones are set. That's right. It's British time. That's why we're going to be suffering through the darkness for the next 6 months, and it'll be too miserable to go out. We'll be stuck indoors. British. Great. Stratford. Naz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Naz.
Hi, yeah, so loving this conversation tonight.
Thanks, Naz.
No worries. So basically, the first thing I was going to say is about the traffic lights. So this is a trick, and I swear it works, yeah? So if it's empty, like the roads are dead, and then you're out of traffic lights, if you flash at the traffic light...
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work. It does not work.
It literally just worked for me now.
No.
This, I promise you, try it.
It's a coincidence, Naz. There must be many times when you flash it and nothing happens, right?
Yeah, go on.
Right, so it's a coincidence. Just a coincidence.
No worries, that's fine. Second one I was going to say, okay, so I was just on the A12 just now, right? And they've put it down to one lane, and it's 20 miles an hour, and everybody's just going. It's getting really, really busy, even though it's just past midnight, right? So driving along 20 miles an hour, all these cones. There's nobody there. Right. There's no work, man. Nope. There's nothing. What's going on?
Yeah, what is going on? Exactly. It's like they lay a cone by the side of the road, and everybody's got to reduce their speed by 50 mile an hour.
It's
so
ridiculous.
It takes 3 weeks to get to where you're going. Yeah, it drives me insane.
It's one of those. And third point, I was going to talk about the wine. Yeah. Yeah. So I reckon they're saying this about the wine shortage because they want everybody to rush out and start buying wine.
Yes.
That's what's going to happen. You're gonna see it everywhere. Toilet rolls. Forget toilet rolls. It's all about the wine. Everyone's going to go and get the wine.
Yeah, if you drink enough wine, you won't mind if you run out of toilet rolls. It's like who cares, right? All right, thanks a lot, Naz. Keep your eyes peeled. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. I knew he was going to say the flashing the lights thing, and I don't believe that works at all, even though I do try it. And if they do change straight away once you flash your lights, you think, see, I've just affected that change. And if they don't change straight away, you think, well, maybe there's like a time delay. It's recognised that I've just flashed my lights. It's just not going to give me the gift of freedom straight away. It's going to make me wait for it. Craig says, the guy with the broken cornettos, I think his wife is deliberately breaking them to do his head in. I think that says more about your relationship, Craig, than his. Just saying. Epsom, Simi.
Good morning.
Simi.
Oh, no, it's not. Yes, good morning. I always feel I have to whisper with you because the thought of waking up my children is too much to bear.
No, don't wake up the children.
No. The reason why I'm calling is that it's to do with your statistics about Corsica.
Statistics, and the lack of, yes.
And the lack of accidents in Corsica. I think there's a reason for it.
There are no cars there. No one lives in Corsica. No roads?
There are plenty of roads, but there's also plenty of speed cameras. And I can tell you that we went on holiday a couple of years ago to Corsica, and my husband, who drives quite frequently overseas, our journey was an hour and a half, and he got 3 speeding tickets.
Wow, he is a terrible driver.
You can tell him that.
Well, there is no other conclusion. I mean, presumably the speed limit was posted by the side of the road, was it?
No, I don't think it was, but we saw a horrific accident as well. Right. But I think that's why there's no accidents.
You think
because
that everyone
have to drive like snails.
Like slowly, right? Everyone is cowed by the presence of speed cameras. Well, Exhibit A is the M25. They've got speed cameras every 3 yards on the M25, and there's always a crash on it, innit?
It's true, but you'll be lucky if you could even reach that speed on the M25.
Well, that is correct, yeah. Because there's always some like roadworks or other, and the only thing that anybody on the road pays any attention to, like really pays attention to, is if they've got the average speed cameras set up.
Absolutely.
And then everybody sticks to the posted speed limit as though their lives depended on it.
But one thing that happened to my husband, again, on the M25, my husband, the wonderful driver, we went past a little area on the M25 where there was a bridge, and there was a man having a wee. And I said to my husband, look, oh my gosh, what's he doing? And so my husband, and we were literally bumper to bumper, and my husband turned around to look at this man having a wee under this bridge, and he bumped into the car in front of us.
Oh, right.
And blame me.
Yeah, try explaining that to your insurance company. See, I thought you were going to tell me that somebody was taking a wee off the bridge, but they were under the bridge. That's
under
better.
The bridge.
Right, okay, that's better.
I just wonder how many people also had the same experience as us.
See, well, urinating is very dangerous.
But it's necessary.
I suppose so, yeah, every now and again, yeah.
Well, I hope you don't need to on your show.
Thanks a lot, Simi. Appreciate that information. Don't you ever call with that kind of story again. Can you believe that? Isn't that awful?
Disgusting.
0345 6060 973. Yeah, the only speed cameras that anybody ever pays attention to are the average speed cameras. And it just cows everybody. Everybody is cowed in the presence of an average speed camera. They should have them everywhere. But I shouldn't actually say that out loud because that'll give them ideas. They will have them everywhere. Well, pretty soon we'll all be clocked from space. And the moment that we stray over any given speed limit, regardless of how badly it's signposted, then money will be deducted from our account instantly. And if we don't have any money in our account anymore, well, then that's where Prissy Patel steps in. This said, or says rather, in its desperate attempt to remain relevant in today's world, the last thing this country would do is... No, I've read that. Wow, I am way ahead of schedule. I'm on GMT. Actually, it's the other way around, isn't it? Lorcan emails, hey, Nick, you should be able to take a left through a red traffic light like you can in the United States. They do occasionally come up with something clever. Wow. So offensive to Americans. They do occasionally come up with something clever, but then, on the other hand, they elected the peach powder puff president.
Oh, shut up!
Paul says, Christmas #1 to be sitting on the dock of the bay. What do you mean? Sitting on the dock of the bay waiting for the cargo ships to come in? The ones that get sent back to China? Because we haven't got anybody to unload them? What do you mean? The #1 hitch could be sitting on the dock of the bay. The people who make it, who haven't been turned around by Prissy Patel? Those people. Explain yourself, Paul. I think in order to save time, I'll just be offended now. Do you mind?
Hello, Nick.
Les.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I was just replying to... I was listening earlier, and the chap that was saying about flashing his headlights at the traffic lights to make them change.
Yes.
If you have a look in front of traffic lights, you'll see some little thin black lines. And there's a wire loop been put in the road in front of the traffic lights. And when a car pulls up, it detects the mass of the car. It's all done by like magnetic things, and then that
magnets.
Yeah, and it changes the lights depending on what the cycle's set at. It's quite clever, really.
Why does it gauge the mass of the car? What's that got to do with it? How heavy it is?
Well, because the car's made of metal, you see.
Yeah.
And the motorbike's made of metal. The wheels are, and they activate the loop, and that's because it wouldn't do it if the car was all aluminium. I don't suppose it'd work much, but because you got so much steel and stuff on the wheels and
it actually does sound as though you know what you're talking about. So where did you get this information?
Well, I used to work in the building game. I didn't make it up.
You just made it up.
I'll tell you what, though. I was listening to what you said earlier about MP setting an example and wearing masks, and I think all the front benches on the conservative side should wear masks, but not the ones over your mouth, the ones with the little holes in over their eyes, because they're all a bunch of bandits. And
well spotted, Les. Yeah. Okay. Good work. Thanks a lot, mate. Go on. There's more.
Yeah, well, I'll just say they got the wrong mask on.
Right. Okay. All right. You're just emphasising that point. Okay. Excellent. Thanks a lot, Les. I don't believe it for a moment. It's all to do with magnets. Can't be. I mean, magnets are very, very important. Magnets are why we don't fly off this spinning orb in space. Did you know that? Yeah, magnets. Because otherwise, I mean, we're spinning at 100,000 revolutions a minute. And we're going through space over 1 million miles an hour. Now, even if that isn't true, it doesn't prevent it from being a fact. And the only reason that we don't spin off into space is because magnets. It's true. But I don't believe that magnets have got anything to do with whether a light turns green or not. What's the worst is when people are doing roadworks and they shut off one lane of a road and then they put these temporary lights in. Oh my God. They have no brains of their own. They just go through the motions. And if it's like if it's like a three-way, it's like a T-junction, or it's even worse, it's a four-way, you can be sitting there for what seems like an hour waiting for this thing to just click through the order in which it gives everybody a green light. Painful. Just turn them off. We can organise our own selves. I mean, is there any evidence that we can't actually organise our own selves to drive like reasonable, decent human beings?
Yes.
There actually is a ton of evidence. Human beings can't drive. We had our chance and we blew it. The sooner we get replaced by robots, the better.
Affirmative.
Test text. Good morning, Nick. It's called Crazy Foam. What is? Oh, you're talking about the ice cream? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, it is foam. It's certainly not ice cream. I mean, I don't think it's ever been introduced to ice, and there ain't no cream in it. I mean, I don't believe there's a single molecule of dairy in that squirt. John says, I saw a sign on a chalkboard outside a pub. It read, beer shortage coming soon. You may panic buy here. I'll panic buy now to avoid panicking later. Why not? Kay tweets, with burial spaces running out, I do hope people don't start panic dying. Is that offensive? Yeah, it probably is, yeah. Tunbridge. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Paul.
Yeah, the traffic light thing. Yeah. I've done a traffic light course.
A traffic light course?
Yes.
What does that involve?
Learning how to use traffic lights.
They have a course?
Closing roads. I used to do a cable TV. You'd have to close the road off.
Right. So not how to use it, not how to stop on red. That's not it. You're talking about setting up traffic lights.
Yes.
Okay. You've arrived just in time, Paul. Can you make a traffic light change by flashing at it?
No.
Thank you.
It's done on sensors and timers.
Sensors?
And timers. What? Movement of the car going towards, all depending how the lights are set up.
Right.
So when you're saying there's temporary lights and you wait a long time, that's because I haven't turned it off of timer and put it onto movement.
Right.
And if it was on movement, it would move quicker.
So it's the stupid morons that set it up?
Yes, but lights that are permanent, they can be on timer or sensor all the time. But the temporary ones that builders put up, if they're taking too long, it's because they're on a timer. But if they change as you're approaching, it's not you flashing. They can sense the movement of your car coming towards it.
Even if it's dark?
Yes. Don't ask me how. I don't know the technical bit.
Paul, how?
Yes.
How?
I don't know. The traffic lights can sense your car coming towards it. It can sense the movement. I don't know how it can sense the movement, but that's what it does.
Is it magnets?
No.
Well, I got that wrong.
I don't think it's magnets.
Right.
Well, no, I'm not 100%. No, I don't think it's magnets.
And so how long does a course to set up traffic lights take? 2 minutes?
A week or something.
A week?
Yeah. Because you have to close off roads and stuff, so...
Yeah. Now, do they advise you on what to do with irate motorists?
No. No, not really.
Just run away.
Yes.
Set it on timer and run away.
Yeah, I mean, when I was doing it, I wouldn't be working at night to do a timer, but I just learnt the course.
Okay, so it's not your fault. Is that what you're saying? You're
definitely
absolving
not, no.
yourself of all responsibility. I don't know, you sound pretty guilty to me. All right, thanks for the good
Cheers,
news,
Nick.
Paul.
Enjoy your show.
Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. There, we've learned something, no?
No.
Little bit. It's not flashing your lights. I didn't think that would work. Just on, personal experience. Because you sit there flashing and flashing and flashing, probably waking people up in the house that's opposite. It must be so annoying. I go down a road that's got those police, the sleeping policemen, the bumps in the road. God, I hate those things. I hate them. But it makes, at night, it makes the front of the car go up, naturally. And there are houses at the end of this road, which I go down every day. And every time I go down, I think those poor people, they're getting, it must be like living in a disco. Because there's flashing lights illuminating their windows 24 hours a day. How annoying must that be? It's not my fault. I ain't done nothing. Stellatex got a massive pothole at the end of my road. Called the council, who haven't responded, so I called the police, who are looking into it. Oh, for crying out loud, will you stop with the jokes? Brian emails, my fixed energy tariff is ending and they're going to raise my payments by 286%.
What?
They said they're doing their best. I need medication. Chris says, like you, I've never, ever had time off work, and yet that January that you mentioned, you were poorly, I was knocked off my feet for 5 days. Unheard of. No idea what it was. And then COVID started being mentioned in the media. Yes. There's a lot of things that happened around January 2020 that are very suspicious in retrospect. At the time, we just took them in our stride and didn't think much about it. But, thinking back... And if you wish to relive that, just the funny bits, then the Nick Abbott Habit is available on an internet near you. Just do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcasts, and everything will become clear as a bell. Oh, doctor, I've lost my car keys. Please help me. Doctor, I can't find my other sock. Those people, clogging up A&E. Text and messages from last night. This one says, hi, Nick. Alexander texts, hi, Nick. I've recently acquired a taste for quality wine. This news about cutting back on wine is worrying. Looks like I will have to go cold turkey this Christmas. Will you stop with the jokes? This shows like something you shook out of a cracker. Stella texts, got a massive pothole at the end of my road. A pothole?
Want to score some pot?
Hole. Called the council, who haven't responded, so I called the police, who are looking into it. Oh, my God. I think that's so bad that I actually read that one out last night. What's that doing there? That shouldn't have gone up on my, what do you call this? What do you call this thing here?
Google Doc.
My Google Docs is the right answer. You're, infesting my Google Docs with this nonsense. We're only dealing with the issues on this show. Brian emails, hi, Nick, my fixed energy tariff is ending, and they're going to raise my payments by 286%. 286%?
What?
They say they're doing their best. I need medication, says Brian. But I recommend the green pills. They always work for me.
Groovy.
Chris says, hi, Nick, like you, I've never, ever had time off. These sound familiar to me. I'm getting like deja vu. Uh-oh. Stopped myself just in time, almost to said a dreadful foreign word.
Disgusting.
Chris texts, like you, I've never had time off work, and yet that January you mentioned you were poorly. I was knocked off my feet for 5 days. Unheard of, no idea what it was, but then COVID started being mentioned in the media. Very suspicious. That's in relation to a podcast that I do called The Nick Abbott Habit. Have I mentioned that at length?
Yes.
It's old shows clipped up, and at the moment I'm trawling through January 2020. And word was coming in about this strange thing that was happening in China. And they were building a hospital in like 3 hours flat. And freaking out they were. And we were all sitting here thinking, well, it's got nothing to do with us. How bizarre it is to hear how we were treating all of that. Jokingly we were. What's that got to do with us, we thought. Anyway, that's a podcast called... what? It's a podcast called The Nick Abbott Habit. Get it on... have you seen the internet? Oh, the stuff on there. Ian tweets, I bet anyone Trump will be back in power in America. The next election's 100% guaranteed. Well, if it's 100% guaranteed, then why would anybody bet against you, Ian? You Aegis. I don't like those odds. Or just the very idea. But I bet that he will too. Yeah, I bet that he will. And then he'll be in power forever. That practice coup that they had a little while ago, on the 6th of January, back in 2020, yeah, that was just a run-up. The main event is coming soon, and then he'll be saying,
I'm president! Can you believe it?
Forever. I don't think he's ever going to die. He's like one of these people that, the things that fell ordinary human beings just bounce off him. Like Keith Richards. Keith Richards is never going to die. Never, ever, ever going to die.
Rock and roll!
And Ian tweets, it's not a little camera that sees a car and then changes. Nothing to do with magnets. Filter lights, what road diggers put there ain't law to stop. It's a recommendation. That makes as much sense as anything else that you will hear on this programme tonight. Shall I read it again?
No.
Forget it. People will get cinema tickets and shopping... But what does this caller want, by the way? Oh, all right, then. Given that he's speaking to us from Spain. James, in Galicia. Yes, James.
Hi, Nick. How are you doing tonight?
I'm super. Thanks for asking.
Anyway, I just wanted to say, here in Spain, on the 19th of this month, there were
October.
no new confirmed cases.
Yes.
And the 7-day average of cases was 1,438.
Wow.
And on the same day in the UK, there were 48,545 new confirmed cases.
Yes.
And the 7-day average was 46,317 new cases.
Right, which sounds like we win.
So why hasn't the government brought in any new restrictions? I don't quite understand.
Well, let's think about that for a second. I wonder why the government hasn't done that.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a clown show. Does that answer your question? Hey, by the way, James, are there any empty shelves in supermarkets over there?
No, they've got lots of figs and dates, though.
Figs and dates. My favourite. Are there people beating each other up at the pumps, trying to get petrol to squirt up their car?
No, not yet.
Right. Are there, I don't know, what else is ailing us? Is the price of everything going through the roof?
No, the price isn't bad.
And what's the weather like there at the moment, James?
Well, today it hasn't been particularly good. But for the last week or so, we've been having about 34 degrees.
Okay, thank you, but we don't wish to know that. You believe that? Hopefully it's in Fahrenheit, but I suspect that it isn't. 34 degrees. I know somebody who's in Spain at the moment, and they're having an excellent time. It's T-shirt weather over there. And they got food, and they got petrol, and the price of everything isn't skyrocketing. Oh, well, never mind. We're stuck here. We're not allowed to leave. If you try to push off the coast of this country in a dinghy, Prissy Patel will push you back in. Anyway, thanks a lot, James. Don't you ever call this show again. People will get cinema tickets and shopping vouchers as rewards for losing weight under new government plans to tackle obesity in Britain, which sounds like rewarding fatness to me. The scheme called Fit Miles will see Brits wear Fitbit-style devices to monitor their exercise levels. It will encourage them to eat healthier, reduce their portion sizes and increase their daily step count, which is great. You know what else can also monitor your exercise levels, encourage you to eat healthier, reduce your portion sizes and increase your daily step count? Your brain. Just do it. I've pre-tackled obesity by not getting fat in the first place. Where's my cinema tickets and shopping vouchers? In return for improving their lifestyle, people will collect points. And you know what points make? Vouchers.
What?
And you know what you can do with vouchers? You can stick them. Now, they make prizes. But vouchers or discounts on items like... You know, so if you are struggling with your weight, the government will give you vouchers. And you can use vouchers to buy things like ice cream sundaes, giant towers of chocolate-covered profiteroles, that sort of thing. Some of the items the government plans to offer include, but are not limited to, discounts on cinema or theme park tickets, shopping vouchers, vouchers for clothes and food, and gym passes. Huh. Well, what about the rest of us who have helped by exercising and not getting fat in the first place? Where's our prizes? Pilot version of the scheme will be launched in the yet-to-be-announced Borough of England in January for 6 months, before being rolled out to the rest of the nation. Rolled? What, like a giant ball? Offensive. There's another number 10 anti-obesity measure, the snack tax. Not a snack attack, that's different. The snack attack tax on things that have a lot of fat and sugar and salt, you know, the things that make stuff taste nice. That's what that's for. Because apparently things tasting nice is against the law. Prissy Patel is going to be monitoring your eating habits, and the moment she shall I start that again?
No.
You know, Prissy Patel? Yes, that's her. She is going to be monitoring your eating habits, and the moment she so much as sniffs a sausage, you've had it. But the Minister for Vaccines and Public Health, Maggie, said the government also wanted to reward good actions. It's not all about the punishment. Well, it's mostly about the punishment, but it's also a little bit of reward stuck in there. Obesity policies can't be just about sticks. We must also reward healthy behaviours, she said. But you know what? It occurs to me that that's not rewarding healthy behaviours. Because if you only get a voucher if you're fat, that rather suggests that people are going to want to get fat to get their vouchers. And where's my free stuff? You know? It's not rewarding healthy behaviours. It's rewarding people who exhibit unhealthy behaviours to get fat in the first place. I mean, those of us who have been eating healthily get nothing.
Oh, fabulous.
This government's spending £3 million on the scheme and has awarded the contract to... I really don't know. Is it Boris Johnson's wife's hairdresser? Is it Matt Hancock's dog walker? Or is it the chap who applies Jacob Smug's pallor?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
And what colour is that, by the way? It's a sort of ghostly grey. Have you ever seen anybody who looks more like a ghoul in your life? It looks like those things that flew around and upset Harry Potter. You know, those things. What are they called? What are those things that used to fly around and upset Harry Potter?
Death Eaters?
The Death Eaters! Oh my God, he is a Death Eater. I bet he could suck the spirit right out of you. Don't look him directly in the eye. Almost 2/3 of adults in England are classed as overweight or obese, with obesity-related illnesses costing the NHS £6 billion a year. Obesity has also been linked with... This is the first time I've spoken today. My lips aren't really working as fast as my brain is instructing them to go. Obesity has also been linked with being more likely to become severely ill with COVID. The government data indicates 8% of critically ill COVID patients were morbidly obese compared to 3% of the general population. 8 is a bigger number than 3.
Correct.
Health Secretary Sajid Sajman Jav, claimed the government was committed to improving people's health. Yeah, right. It's the way he tells them. Or at least those members of the public that are still alive after this government's dismal failure during the pandemic. You know, those people's health. Still, it's not a small amount of money to be throwing at this. 3 million quid, or at least it wouldn't be a small amount of money if it was £3 million per person. But it's not much spread about the whole population. So it's just another press release, another string of numbers that they can try and bamboozle us with, and another one of their I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. Another announcement of millions of this and 23% more of that and record spending on the other. And God, you hear a minister being interviewed these days, it's just a string of spurious statistics. They've got numbers like a maths class. It's a scheme funded to the tune of 3 million quid. So let's do the maths, shall we? If 2/3 of us are overweight, that's about 30 million people. And 3 million goes into 30 million, not a lot. It's 10p each. Anyone want to forego that bag of cheese and onion for 10 pence?
No.
Didn't think so. Here's the thing, and I'm sorry if this sounds controversial, but take care of yourself. Stop eating rubbish if you are overweight. Stop pretending fat is fit. I mean, if you are overweight, you are in the most likely to die of COVID category. Actually, you're in the most likely to die of anything category. And COVID's been in the news quite a bit lately. You might have heard something about it. So if the thought of dying in the short term doesn't get to you, then getting a voucher to buy an apple probably won't either. But the best of luck with that, Bodge. Yes, what I have here is a failure to communicate with my glamorous assistant. I'm just going to have to ask her about this text that she has cut and pasted for my attention. Do you actually want me to read that one from Simon?
No.
Did you read it before you put it up for me to read on the air?
I half read it.
Well, see, it's the second half that's the problem.
It's the second half that's the problem.
The first half is perfectly fine. I'll read the first half, and then I'll have to stop halfway through. Simon texts, last week you mentioned there was a lack of butchers, and I'm not surprised. I went into my butcher's today and noticed that he had no staff. So I asked him where his assistant was, and he told me that he had to sack him as he kept on putting his... And that's the maximum amount of that I can read. Are you insane? Something about a bacon slicer.
Disgusting.
Dan texts, I was going to buy an electric car, but my utilities bill has gone up 400%, so I'm sticking with diesel. Yes, well, yeah, there is that, isn't it? Isn't there? There is that, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't there? Yes, it's an issue. My fuel deliverer person went bankrupt. I don't really know who these people are. Who are these people behind all of these fuel companies? I mean, I suspect that some of them are just a bloke in his parents' spare bedroom. Some teenager with a laptop has set himself up as, a fuel supplier, and dopes like me sign up and start pouring money all over him, and come to find out that he hasn't. All he has to call his own is a phone and a pencil. I mean, who are all these people? And now they're all freshly gone out of business. Shuvik texts, have you read any of these before you put them up for me?
I have been.
You have? Okay. So all of these are fine. They have your seal of approval.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
No.
All right. I will tread tentatively on. Connie emails, Nick, when you mention Trump living forever, you make my American heart run cold with dread. We have more QAnons that are running from positions from PTA, Parent Teachers Association, to City Council to Senator. I know. Yeah, what's happening in America is alarming. It's like a tsunami of who are running for positions of office. The Republican Party have blazed a trail that the Conservative Party are following closely along behind. And the idea is to put people in positions of power in government departments that they are ideologically opposed to load cultural institutions with the people who have fealty to the dear leader, to try to crush any dissent, and to put the screws on the legal profession by calling anyone that seeks to hold the government to account enemies of the people. What's happening in America is happening here. But nobody cares, because Bodger will just come on stage and go, "Paw!" And people go, "Oh, he's doing his best." At least with Donald Trump, you can see the evil through concrete. Bodger just comes off like a cockadoodle, like a poodle doodle, whatever those things are called, cockapoo. So you just fit those syllables into something that makes sense. I think I probably got it right the first time. Let's have Pimlico. Hello, Alex.
Oh, hi, Nick. I would like to say, is this government has not any clue when it comes to obesity, because absolutely they are incompetent. Because if you recently walk in the high street, let's say Oxford Street or let's say Square, it's full of these American candy shops.
Yeah, what's that about? Suddenly, everywhere you look, there's this mega store that just sells one type of sweet.
Yeah, because what does it mean? It is healthy food?
No, it's sugar with chemicals in them.
It is completely industrialized sugar, is 100% unhealthy. But who gave him license for this, guys?
Well,
government.
But no, the government doesn't give them. Surely doesn't give them license. If you want to open a shop, you can open a shop as long as you're selling something that's legal.
But who imported this unhealthy food? That's what I'm saying. If it's unhealthy food promoting every street, right. I can see the families taking their kids to these shops, buying this absolutely sugary stuff, which is definitely going to be fattening people, obesity.
Yes.
But on the other hand, the government says, we have this voucher. It's all about headline. They have no any clue about, diet. It means too many industrialized, food on the supermarkets because the government giving license to selling this product, which is unhealthy. Until the government not tackling quality food, it doesn't matter what they're going to say. It's not going to work.
Well, see, I mean, I'm in two minds on this. First of all, I agree with everything you said. But second, I think that people have some sort of responsibility to take care of themselves, for crying out loud. Stop stuffing your face with rubbish.
Absolutely, because honestly, when I was at Leicester Square, and I can see it was not too many. Now it's too many these candy shops.
I can't believe that there's one. I mean, you go into these places, and apart from anything else, they're lit as bright as an operating theatre. I mean, you need to put sunglasses on just to walk inside, and all they've got on floor after floor. I mean, it's like Hamlet's used. Not remotely interested in anything I've got to say. Go ahead.
If one person say, "Do you have anything here? You sell it. Is healthy, please."
Got any vegetables? Yeah, of course not. No.
No, they're nothing. Everything they sell is only directly affecting basically obesity because of sugar.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, though, Alex. You don't have to go in.
It is true, but the people do go because they don't know is really going to be effect. I think because if people know why you have to buy some of this stuff.
To say that people don't know that eating a diet of chemicals and sugar it might be bad for you is just ridiculous. Of course they do. They just can't help themselves because I want to like that. Here, Alex. Thanks for pointing that out to us. I appreciate it. Yeah, those stores are multiplying like they're having sex with each other.
Disgusting.
They're everywhere now. And they're not small shops. They're not like sweet shops, like, Her Majesty's sweet shops, like it used to be in the good old days, when bombs were falling out in the sky and we had to buy sweets with vouchers and everybody was starving to death and we had scurvy. You used to play and Child's Play was chucking bricks at each other that you found on a building site. No, not like that. These are giant emporiums, like Hamleys. It's like floor after floor after floor of the same suite. Why would anybody buy that? How is it a business that is actually successful? Because they're in locations that the rent must be through the roof. And you see people walking around with those shopping bags of the stuff that they bought in there. Why? I just don't understand. I am genuinely perplexed at this new trend in retail. I don't get it. I just add it to the list of things I don't get. Like Adele, for instance. I don't get Adele. 0345 6060 973. I mean, every song's the blooming same. She starts out a bit quiet, and then about halfway through, for no apparent reason whatsoever, she starts yelling at us. Shuvik texts, the Chancellor should prioritise the NHS, for example, hiring more junior doctors and GPs. Cutting doctors' hours should be a priority. The manager of England Women has clearly set a good example. I don't know what that story is. Andy texts, I can't know everything, Shuvik. Or anything, as a matter of fact. Andy texts, hi, Nick, if you earn your vouchers in the right order, you get a prize.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Steve says, Nick, regarding the government announcement rewarding weight loss, I understand that if you eat fried chicken, kebabs, fish and chips and burgers in order, you get extra points. Either it's the same person who just wants to be absolutely certain that I play this, or it's individual people who are as with one thought.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
It was easy for him because he's a smart person.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Very, very smart person that you're married to there, Melania.
I don't care.
She's not that bothered. Separate wings of different mansions. They've never seen each other. Let's have a call in Milton Keynes. Daniel.
Yes, Nick, how are we doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. I just wanted to call in just to challenge your view on this whole obesity subject. The way that I see a lot of the problems that sort of revolve around obesity is that it is a form of addiction.
Yes.
And the way that I've heard yourself sort of speaking about it in almost a derogatory way, I just wanted to challenge your view and see if you felt like this in regards to other addictions such as alcoholism or drug addiction.
Yeah, just give it up.
Just give it up.
Yep, it can be done.
So you don't believe in the sort of mental health surrounding any sort of...
Do I believe it's
addiction?
Hard? Yes.
But you just think it's as simple as just giving it up?
Well, I can't tell you the amount of stories I've read of people that smoke 40 fags a day for 20 years, and they just decided to stop doing it. It was probably difficult. Probably difficult. It was probably difficult initially, but you just stopped doing it. How to stop smoking cigarettes? Stop putting cigarettes in your mouth and lighting them.
It's a very sort of it's a very different way of viewing things. Things nowadays, as a society, we view things in a sort of way of acceptance and trying to help people, and that seems to work rather than the old school.
Well,
we call it.
Yeah, but
looking at
are you telling me
are
you telling me that it doesn't work? Stopping smoking. If you just stop putting cigarettes in your mouth and lighting them, that doesn't work.
Is the view that people have on people that smoke, or people that eat too much, or people that take drugs.
Yeah.
The view of saying if you just stop, that'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's come out. That's not the same anymore. People don't think like that anymore.
Yes, they do.
The people that do think like that, they're not very intelligent when it comes towards these sorts. I mean, yourself, Nick, have you ever been addicted to drugs or alcohol?
No, Daniel. What you're saying is that if you find yourself addicted to something, then it automatically is a mental health problem. But I'm saying that that's not the case. You just either eat too much or you drink too. Well, that's what it appears to be what you're saying. That if you don't agree with that assertion, then you are wrong, is what you're saying.
But sometimes that mental health does have a massive impact.
Well, then that's a completely different issue. If you have mental health problems, then the mental health problems aren't making you smoke cigarettes, are they?
Exactly. But then the whole general view of stop eating in order to solve obesity, that's not correct.
Not stop eating.
It's not
Eat better. Eat better.
Of course, the stop eating, my way of saying that is stop eating terrible foods, or
right.
You wouldn't go up to a person clearly struggling with a heroin addiction and say, "Oh, just stop taking heroin." There's obviously a reason why that person's taking heroin.
No, not necessarily. Well, the reason might be that they like taking. The reason might be that they like taking heroin. It doesn't have to be a mental health issue. Keith Richards used to take heroin, and he stopped.
But what if there is a mental health addiction?
Well, then that's something completely different. That's like saying, well, what if it's what if they've also got cancer? Why aren't you treating the cancer? It's because it's completely different. What if they have a bad haircut? It's got nothing to do with it.
But then your view is just sort of generalising it, and say what I'm trying to put across to you, Nick, is the fact that there are other issues which cause these things, these addictions.
They may do, but you're saying that they always do, which I would say is not true.
No, I agree. It's not always, but however, I'd say the majority of times with addiction,
the majority,
there is an embedded issue.
Says who?
Sorry, who?
Says who? You would say that. Who are you? Are you an expert? Have you done a survey?
Well, I haven't done a survey.
Right, so you don't know. You're just making it up.
A lot of people are.
If somebody takes a lot of cocaine, for instance, it does not imply that they have a mental health issue. It just implies that they like taking a lot of cocaine. And cocaine is the kind of thing that you get addicted to. And the way to stop taking cocaine is to stop taking cocaine. Not to say that the reason you do it is because you must have a mental health issue. Same as eating cake all the time. If you do have a mental health issue, then that is separate and should be treated differently.
Yes, of course, and the mental health issue is addiction. Enjoying something and indulging in enjoyment is different to having an addiction.
No, yeah, of course it is, but having an addiction is not an indicator of a mental health issue.
Of course it is.
Of course it isn't.
If you're addicted to something, that's your brain. There's an addiction within your brain which says that you need to do this. Your body convinces you that you need something. That's to do with your mental health.
Right. Okay. Well, that's such a spurious link that you've just made there, Daniel. When somebody says you have a mental health problem, then they're suggesting that, we all know what that means. But you're suggesting that an addiction of any kind indicates that you have a mental health problem. I mean, that sort of stretches the definition of what is ordinarily considered to be the meaning of a mental health problem. That's a stretch too far, Daniel. But anyway, good effort. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Another satisfied customer. Toby tweets, just read that MPs are having trouble with their expenses and have asked the body that oversees them to trust us and accept claims more easily. Are they having trouble with cashing in their free stuff, like their ear pods? I didn't read that. That's 2 stories that people have thrown my way that I haven't read today. I'm very bad at my job.
Correct.
MPs are having trouble with their expenses. Are you just making that up, Toby? I don't think they're having any trouble at all. I think they're cashing in like bandits. Addicted to it, they are. John says, Nick, heard on a bus trip the other day going through Glasgow, elderly couple behind me. This isn't rain, Brian. It's more like wet cloud. I swear she said that, says John. I like that. Wet cloud. Like a mizzle. Well, it used to be that that rain was like a wet cloud. You get mizzle and you get a bit of showers and it'd be drizzly and it'd be all day long. It were grand when I were a lad. That's what rain used to be like. And nowadays, rain is like the heavens open. It's like the end of the world when it rains. And in about 10 seconds flat, you're up to your earlobes in floodwater. Not that it's got anything to do with global warming. Goodness me, no. Why would anybody think that? Mary emails, Hi, Nick. I've lost 2.5 stone since last Christmas. Now, that's an odd mix of imperial and metric. 2.5 stone. OK. How many ounces? Like 8? I've lost 2.5 stone since last Christmas. I'm now within the healthy range of BMI. How much money can I expect from the government? Because I want to stock up on Christmas snacks. Iris Ann says, Hi, Nick. Ofgem gave licences to these companies, and we, the consumer, have to reach out to Ofgem to complain about them. I'm completely confused. Can you help, or is that a problem for me and Carol? Hey, what do you reckon, Carol?
No.
Not interested. Hey, I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin, which is called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?
Yeah.
In which Carol McGiffin and I try to solve people's problems while maintaining a straight face. And failing on both counts.
Oh, right, yeah.
If you want us to have a bash at your issue, then send it to the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. NICKANDCAROL @global.com. And prepare for total satisfaction.
Oh, right, yeah.
We're taping tomorrow, so if you want us to include yours on the latest one, which is going to be out on Monday, then get it in now. nickandcarol@global.com. And there's a good 100 or so that we've done so far. I looked it up. I can't believe that we've done that many. I don't think we've missed a single week since we started. It's a right laugh. I probably laugh more in the hour that I talk to her every week than in any other hour of any given week. So if you wish to be amused, I think you'll find it right up your alley. Ask for it on an internet near you. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? Yorkshire. Mike.
Hiya, Nick. Yeah, before you do your podcast with Carol, you might want to give her a quick hug because she got a bit of an unfair kicking on Loose Women yesterday.
Did she?
She did, yeah. It was not nice. She stuck up for herself, but she might need a hug before you do your podcast.
She'll get nothing from me.
It was not nice. But anyway, by the by.
Well, so who was mugging her?
The chief presenter.
Who's that?
I don't know her name, but she had a bit of a go about her putting a rug down, and she ended up getting told to shut up. And Carol stuck up for herself, but it was not fair. At the end of the day,
not fair, Carol.
What?
Unfair. She could always console herself with
booze.
Yeah, works for me.
Whatever. Yeah, but just go. I didn't ring up about this, but your last caller was saying about obesity and mental health and things. Well, if you just refer this back to Boris Johnson, you could say, does this guy suffer from mental health, or is he a compulsive liar, or could he change his ways and decide not to lie? The first two, he wouldn't be fit to be Prime Minister. But the third one, he could change his ways and start to tell the truth. And it's the same argument. This guy was saying, well, no, if he's got mental health problems, well, you can't blame him for lying. Well, yes, you can. You make a decision, you decide not to lie anymore.
You know, it's a delicate territory to start stomping around, but there are people with mental health problems, and they should be given the greatest care and attention. But to just assert that I am acting in a way that is injurious to my health or other people, or in a boorish way, or in a way that the society disapproves of, but I can do it because I have a mental health problem, when no such thing is actually the case, is rather an abuse of that term, mental health.
Absolutely. Second little one, quick one. Trump. Do you know what he's called? Do you know what he's
in an unrelated topic? Yeah, Donald Trump.
Shut up! It is related to Boris. Do you know what he's called? His social media company in America.
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's calling it Truth. I know. What a sense of humour.
But what I actually rang up about was we've started to get the budget leaks. And the budget leaks are that they're going to spend loads of money in Manchester.
Yeah, sure.
And they're going to spend loads of money in the north of England. And they're going to refurbish stations.
Yeah.
They haven't mentioned...
And everyone gets a free cushion, yeah.
And they haven't mentioned Hull and East Yorkshire, so we're getting nothing out of this. But there's no leaks about how they're going to pay for it. So all these leaks are good news for people. Mm-hmm. But there's no leaks about where the money's going to come from.
It's always the same with this regime. They announce an "I'm gonna," and the truth, when you start digging down, is they're relying on new technology to be invented at some point in the future, which will allow them to deliver all of the above. Like the Northern Ireland border. Oh, well, don't worry about that. We'll invent something that can track the movement of goods back and forth. No such thing is currently available, but it might be in the future. Or what was the other one? I can't remember what the other one is. There's a really obvious one that's just escaped my mind.
A new border in the sea. No one's ever had a border in the sea before.
I mean, yeah, how can you paint a line on the sea? It can't be done, Bodge.
It's absolutely amazing. But, I mean, as I say, from Hull and East Yorkshire, we've got nothing out of these leaks, but we're going to have to pay for it.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you'll still have to pay for it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And in a nutshell...
Stop whining.
Yeah. The other thing... all right, thanks a lot, Mike. The other thing I was desperately trying to get to the front of my mind was, of course, the eco thing. It means, we're going to be at the forefront of the eco revolution. We're going to go carbon neutral by whenever it is, and, by the time we get there, of course, he will have been out of power for a good long while, and will have been sitting up to his eyeballs in money, and will have we will have no recourse to punish him for not coming up with these promises. Because the idea is that all of this green revolution that he's talking about is dependent on us inventing things in the future that will capture the carbon out of the air and stop the icebergs melting and please polar bears and all of that stuff. It's all dependent on something being invented in the future that will magically make all of this stuff come true. Like he's waving his wand about, like Harry Potter. Put the wand away, Bodge. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting.
Adrian emails. Leave your glamorous assistant alone. She's doing her best. Well, let me check on that. Are you, in fact, doing your best?
Always doing my best.
Always doing her best. Isn't that alarming? He says, by the way, do you get more fat vouchers the fatter you are? If you get fat enough, you could have the chance to go for the car. £3 million they were going to throw at the obesity issue. which amounts to 10 pence per obese person in this country. Don't spend it all in the same shop. Let's have... see if I can squeeze one in before the news. Middlesex. Donny, or Danny, rather.
Yes, good man.
Danny.
We got through.
We?
Okay. Do you know what happened to me today? This is happy news for all your viewers.
Yes.
Or radio, okay? Sheila Fogarty is my best DJ, okay?
DJ!
Can you hear me?
Hey!
Can you hear me?
No.
Well, but my name's Dan, okay? Listen, I got £300 today.
Wow. How did you do that?
Yeah. Oh, good, okay. Now I've got your undivided attention, okay?
No, it is actually...
Fogarty
It's divided. But go ahead anyway. I'm listening with half of my brain.
I've got £300, okay?
Yeah, you said
I've gone out. I'm an old age pensioner.
Older. How old are you? Approximately.
Okay. Yeah. Who's gonna? You can say, or can I?
89 years old. 102?
No, I've got £300.
£300. How did you get that?
The government sent me £300.
Wow.
Because I'm 80 years old.
80, like I said. You get 80. You get 300 quid for reaching 80 years old.
Yes.
I didn't know
laugh.
that. I am laughing. Why do they send you 300 quid for reaching fourscore
I'm
years?
Old and I live alone. I've been divorced for 35 years, and but I play guitar. I used to teach judo. I was an All England swimming champion.
And you had to do all of that to get 300 quid. God, that's a bit specific, isn't it? I'm going to have to start now. That's a packed list there, Danny. Which government scheme is that? But thanks for passing the information on. So you got to play guitar. Ice skating, was that in there? I forget. Sam texts, Nick, those desert shops. What's a desert shop? Dessert? You mean sweet shops? You can't possibly mean those giant sweet emporia that are cropping up all over the West End. Perhaps in a location near you. These blindingly bright, vast stores that only sell one thing. It's just mystifying. How are they surviving? Anyway, Sam says those shops, along with kebab shops and barbers and sunbed shops, are surely money laundering enterprises. There's that many of them, unless they're not, in which case you must correct me. I will correct you, Sam. The stores that we were talking about earlier on, with very famous American brand names of sugary, dyed products, I'm sure they're legal, decent, honest and true. Barber shops, on the other hand, guilty. There's just so many of them. I've lost count of the amount of ones that have sprung up around where I live, and every day there seems to be another one. And there's just, come to find out that almost all of them were owned by the same person. Very suspicious. Highly. And there's never anybody in there. Here's another suspicious part of the barber trade. They take cash. It's pretty much the only thing that only takes cash. Everywhere else, they only take card. Or they look at you as though you're trying to trade chickens if you proffer money, actual real-life cash. You remember cash, don't you?
No.
Yeah, it used to be a thing. I forget to take money out of the house. I just don't do it anymore. What's the point of money anymore? You'll miss it when it's gone. But barbers, it's the other way around. You know, there's so many places now that don't take cash. Then they just automatically proffer you the thing that goes boop. Except for barbers. They don't take credit cards. They only take cash. Suspicious, yes?
Yes.
Definitely. Tell me that's not a money laundering enterprise. Must be. Because you could say, oh, well, we get 1,000 people in here for a haircut every day. That's why we're pulling in £1 million a year. And who's going to say otherwise? Unless, somebody from the taxman takes up residence in a flat on the opposite side of the street and spies on them 24 hours a day to see how many people actually go in there. I just find it highly suspicious that there's so many places to get your hair cut. I mean, I know everybody needs their hair cut, but how many times a month do you need your hair cut? Like once, at most. And there's never anyone in there. They're just sitting there, flicking through their phones, the hairstyle person. And you can show up any time of the day or night. No problem at all, as long as they're open. If they're closed, then you're fresh out of luck. Highly suspicious. Well spotted there, Sam. Lintex, I bought a frozen turkey for last Christmas. I bought a frozen turkey for last Christmas. It's still in my freezer with a use-by date of 2024. What? That can't be true. You can't keep frozen birds that long, surely. She says, so I'm okay for a couple more lockdown Christmases. Oh, God, we're going to get one of those, aren't we? Oh, I know it. Oh, we're pretending that we're through all this, but we ain't through. Not through it yet. It's still there. The invisible menace. A government scientific advisor says that he is, quotes, very fearful there will be another lockdown Christmas.
Oh, no.
Professor Peter Openshaw, a member of the New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group, or NERVTAG, and the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, or SAGE, and the subgroup of that, the COVID-19 Clinical Information Network, or COSIN. He said that there are far too many acronyms flying around and he doesn't know how anyone keeps track of them all. I mean, seriously, NERVTAG, SAGE and COSIN. I mean, they sound like organisations that Daniel Craig spends 2 hours shooting at in a James Bond film. NERVTAG allied with SMERSH and Spectre. A subgroup of Quantum, wholly owned by Willard White. No! So this Professor Peter Openshaw, a member of the New and Emerging Respiratory Virus Threats Advisory Group, NERVTAG, and the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergencies, SAGE, and subgroup COVID-19 Clinical Information Network, COSIN, said, case numbers and death rates are currently unacceptable. Britain's daily COVID hospitalisations yesterday breached 1,000 for the first time in 6 weeks. But don't worry, because we have an expert running the country.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Meanwhile, trade union leaders warn Number 10 that it risks another winter of chaos if it doesn't immediately adopt its COVID Plan B, which is surprising because I didn't realise Number 10 had a Plan A. I mean, what is Plan A? Goof around and dive into the dressing-up box to see what silly costume the dear leader can try and distract us with today?
I can't comment on that.
That's a yes, then. A joint statement from the unions, including more acronyms like the TUC, USDOR, Unison, Unite, GMB and ASLEF, representing 3 million workers, demanded that the government bring in policies including, but not limited to, the return of home working and face mask wearing. The unions, which represent workers in retail and transport and healthcare, in which working from home is challenging, said that there are already hundreds of COVID outbreaks in workplaces. I bet there are. Bodger resisted calls from health leaders for tighter restrictions, despite the rising levels of infections, because doing nothing, pretending it isn't happening, and then panicking when it's too late, worked out so well last time. Oh, but lessons must be learned. Please. Health Secretary Sajid Javid, Super Sajman Jav, said new cases could reach 100,000 a day.
What?
But he probably didn't get the memo about not mentioning the C word, COVID. He was probably concentrating on adhering to the edict that ministers are not to mention the B word, Brexit. Downing Street insists there's still spare capacity in the NHS and that Plan B would only be activated if the NHS came under significant pressure. Asked whether they were under significant pressure, the NHS said, it's not like they don't learn anything from history. They don't learn anything from right now. Professor Openshaw, out of NERVTAG, SAGE and COSIN, said, I'm very fearful that we're going to have another lockdown Christmas if we don't act soon. He said, we know that with public health measures, the time to act is immediately. There's no point in delaying. If you delay, then you need to take even more stringent actions later. He says the immediacy of response is absolutely vital if you're going to get things under control. We need to get these measures in place now in order to get transmission rates down so that we can actually get together and see one another over Christmas on Jesus' birthday. And Bodger said...
Yeah. Wait a minute.
So that's all right then. Professor Openshaw out of, North Coaston, he said it's unacceptable to be letting this run at the moment. He said, I think hospitals in many parts of the country are barely coping, actually. I think it's unacceptable to see the number of deaths that we've got at the moment. He said, at one stage last week, there were 180 deaths in a single day. He says, that's too many deaths. Yeah, that sounds like too many. Can you imagine any other way of dying that it would not even really make the news if there was 180 people died in one day, all at the same time? Like if planes were dropping out of the sky with people, a full payload on board and with the death of everybody on it. You think that would make the news if it was happening every single day? Anyway, Professor Openshaw said, we seem to have got used to the idea of all of these deaths. That we are going to have many people dying of COVID, and I think that is just not the case. He said we need to slow down transmission, really redouble efforts to get everybody vaccinated and all the boosters out, and then we can open up again. But you can see what Bodger's plan is. I mean, just pretend it isn't happening and hope that his fans don't mind another mountain of dead people. I mean, it worked last time. People were burying their dead and saying, oh, he's doing his best. So why change a winning formula of not bothering what happens? And the government's making a political performance out of not wearing masks. I mean, you must have noticed that, right? They're doing that in Parliament. It's not a coincidence that none of the Tories are wearing masks in that crowded place. It's a plan. Like I said yesterday, to dissociate themselves from the virus in people's minds. You look at Prime Minister's questions and all the Tories of not wearing masks, and you forget about COVID. And then you look at the Labour benches and they're all wearing masks and you think... And so you start associating COVID with Labour, not the Tories. And it also makes the Tories look tough and strong. That virus is going to bounce right off me. It's PR, it's performance is what's happening at the moment. And don't tell me it's not a plan, that the word hasn't gone round, because they wouldn't all be thinking as with one mind, would they? It's the plan to dissociate themselves from the virus in people's minds. And try as you might, even though you know that's what they're doing, it still goes in there and you feel it unconsciously. You can't help yourself. And the Labour MPs with masks just reinforce the sense that it's not a Tory virus, not a Tory problem, nothing to do with them. It's Jeremy Corbyn's fault. No! Thanks a lot, Jezza. See what you've done? And when they're pinned down on talking about it, the actual government advice is stay vigilant. What does that mean? I mean, honestly, stay vigilant. I mean, be prepared to dodge out of the way if you see a virus coming at you? Is that what they mean? And on masks, we should use our best judgment. Based on what? I mean, it's so stupidly vague. Bodger's dog Dylan could have come up with it. And people like Smug and Bodger aren't actually stupid. They just perform stupid for the cameras because their fans lap it up as it upsets the other side. They know that being vigilant and using your best judgment are ridiculous things to advise in the face of something that's invisible and highly contagious. But they won't tell you to wear a mask in a crowded place for the same reasons they won't wear one in the crowded place of the House of Commons on TV. It's because they want to curry favour and retain their grip on power regardless. All other considerations are secondary. And if the advice is vague, well, they can just blame us for letting the disease spread because we weren't sufficiently vigilant. We are very bad people and it serves us right. And as Professor Openshaw, he was asked what he would say to people who have concerns about what they can do to stop the spread of the virus in the face of the government's dithering ineptitude. He said, I think take matters into your own hands. Don't wait for government policy. He said, I'm very, very reluctant now to go into crowded places because I know that roughly 1 in 60 people in a crowded space are going to have the virus. If you can, cycle to work, don't go on public transport, do everything possible in your control to try to reduce transmission. He said, the sooner we all act, the sooner we can get this transmission rate down. And the greater the prospect of having a Christmas with our families. You know, that's probably good advice. I mean, it is from NerveTag and SAGE and COSIN and Imperial College London, or ICL, and he's the lead study in Mechanisms of Severe Acute Influenza Consortium, or Mosaic. I mean, he's got just about as many acronyms as one person could legally be allowed to be appended to. He's an actual real-life expert. So naturally, no one is remotely interested in anything he's got to say. Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? Be totally fair about this. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your programme.
Thanks.
I'll start off with something trivial and then go on to the government.
Start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start.
You're right. Somebody was telling you the other day that it was beer was £6 a pint in the West End in Soho.
It can be.
Yeah, that's quite true. I was taken to a restaurant last week, and that's exactly what I was charged for my beer. My goddaughter...
Now, hang on a minute. Back up. If it was a restaurant, was it a pint or a small bottle?
It was a pint.
A pint?
Yes, it was a pint.
In a restaurant?
It's a new Malaysian restaurant in Old Compton Street.
Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs. A pint?
Beer.
Well, that sounds excellent. I'll have 2.
Yep, why not? And you were talking about hairdressers just now.
Yeah.
My goddaughter, she's just moved into a flat in a little alley in Soho. It's not even a street. And right opposite her flat is a gentleman's barber. Do you know how much they charge for a haircut?
Well, now, are we talking about an ordinary gentleman's barber or a place where you get a European magazine while you're waiting and a coffee?
You don't get a coffee. You definitely don't get a coffee.
Right.
There might be a magazine, but it's not super posh, the place.
Okay, then I'm going to guess for an ordinary haircut, short back and sides, in Soho, in a non-posh barbers, not hairstylists.
Yeah,
we're not talking about
street,
right. We're not talking about people who go in there for colour and curls and all of that celeb stuff.
Yep.
£25.
Not quite. A nice round 40 quid for a haircut. 40 quid for a haircut.
Wow.
It's on Greens Lane, just in Soho. 40 quid for a standard haircut.
I am stunned. Well, don't buy anything in Soho if you value money, I guess, is the answer to that.
Now to the big thing, the big topic. Like you, I've been wondering, how is it that Bodger and his cronies get away with this, Nick? I think it's a combination of 3 things, I think it's sheer incompetence, it's performance, using your word, and I completely agree with you, and gigantic egos. And when you put those in the mix, it explains so much.
I think you've missed one. You've missed several. I think the most important one that you missed is that their fans will support them whatever happens as long as it upsets the other side.
Exactly. Yes, you're absolutely right. But it's the incompetence as well. I mean, I quoted from Sonia Purnell's biography of Bodger, a couple of times. She describes how when he first got married, his first wedding, his bride was there, pristine white and everything. He turned up without anything suitable to wear. One of the wedding guests had to lend him trousers and cufflinks.
Oh, my God. Put it away, Bodger. Nobody wants to see that.
Disgusting. This guy just cannot, tie his own shoelaces up. And yet he's, our Prime Minister. Yeah. Don't people realise this, that, between his huge ego and his huge incompetence, there's nothing left?
It's an act that is paper thin, but has been working really well for him his entire life. I mean, it's a combination of the hair and the Latin and the Greek fairy tales. He likes to remind us all the time that he went to Eton over and over and over and over and over and over again. He just cannot stop reminding us, and that kind of all of that. Just it's the same act as when he was probably 10, and it's been working for him precisely as has that haircut. It's the same haircut his entire life, and that people still support it is just kind of bizarre to me. I mean, how much evidence do you need?
And he's got one big chip on his shoulder, and this is very well known. He didn't get a first-class degree, he got a second, whereas David Cameron and all those people got firsts. And he still goes on and on about that in private, you know. He will not accept that it was his fault that he didn't get a first.
There's that famous letter to his parents from one of his teachers. It crops up every now and again on Twitter. People keep posting it. You must have read it, right? And it's something of the order of he doesn't apply himself. He just doesn't follow any of the rules and thinks it's strange that anybody should ask him to. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, and furthermore, he thinks it's an affront that he shouldn't be, head of the school.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
That characterises his whole performance as PM, doesn't it?
As a child, so as a grown-up. What were the vows like at that first wedding, by the way? Till death us do part or someone hotter comes along? Was that it? Thanks a lot, Vance. 0345 6060 973. Mikey emails, I found the solution to the wine shortage, whiskey. Cheers, says Mikey.
Booze.
That's a good idea, Mikey. I have a pint of whiskey and a whiskey chaser. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mark says, I have the answer to the winter energy crisis. Hot water bottles. Hot water bottles. They still make those. I got 2 from Argos, £9 each. They come with a nice fur cover and last about 4 hours. You can also cook with them. I warmed up a cheese and onion pasty on mine yesterday, says Mark. You can't cook with a hot water bottle. Warming is not cooking. Hot water bottles. Blimey, there's something that takes me back. Back to when I think it was 1974 or 6, one of those. I can't remember precisely which one it was, but the 3-day week, and the lights went out at 6. You knew that they were going to go out at 6 because they told you ahead of time, so you could run around getting torch batteries and candles and make sure the radio was had some juice in it. But of course, when the lights went out, so did the electricity, and so you'd pre-fill a hot water bottles. Excellent idea. We're not really going forwards. We're hurtling backwards in this country. Paul, Manchester.
Hello.
Yes, Paul.
Hello. How are you doing, Ian? Okay.
Who?
How are you doing?
Ian's not here. Can I put you on hold? And call you back when Ian gets here. How does that sound?
Sorry. Do you know what it is? It's the reminiscence of the hot water bottles.
Scrambling your brain. I get it.
You know the plastic smell when you used to kind of warm them up.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I love the smell of plastic in the morning.
Oh yes. Oh, crikey. Now I'm going to talk about the barbers, if you don't mind.
Well, you've got a minute and a half. Can you squeeze it in?
Wait. Right. Now, a lot of it is paid cash because they charge. They're not employed, they're self-employed. So they actually have to rent a seat and actually bring all their kit in there.
Yeah.
And the actual barber, or the actual owner, will charge them, say, £600 a week.
How much?
£600, honestly, £600 a week.
That's too much.
Oh, yeah, honestly. And then they have to make it all up through their... So that's why it's paid in cash.
But that doesn't mean that the two don't follow.
No, but that's what it is. If you want to have a seat there, you know, you don't actually get paid a salary. So you pay the actual owner,
right?
rental
Right.
for that.
Yeah, and nobody pays tax. Great.
Well,
what a racket.
That's another thing. Yes. So, Nick, sorry.
So how much is a haircut round your way, Paul?
Round my way, it's about 25 quid.
How much?
25 quid.
In Manchester?
In Manchester. Now, I've got a bald head. Now, to get my head cut, it's 15 quid to get the head shaved.
Right, but you're bald, though.
Yeah. I've got to keep it trimmed, you know. There's a little sprouts coming out.
Oh, sprouts. Yeah. You got to keep those sprouts down. Yeah.
Keeping sprouts, yes.
Okay. Well, thanks for the good news there, Paul. £25. I pay. I used to pay a ridiculous amount. I used to get my hair cut in Soho at an establishment. It didn't look too much from the outside, or the inside, for that matter. But I stopped going there when the price went up to £65. £65. And then you'd have to tip them on top. Oh, my God. I thought, this is ridiculous. And so with much trepidation, I went into, not a hairstylist, a barber. I just picked one at random near where I lived. And it was, I think, like 15 quid, something like that, which seems reasonable, you know, for half an hour. And look at me. Look at me. Oh, well, never mind. This anonymous tweet says, you can't stop eating, so it's a harder addiction. Because you can give up cigarettes, alcohol and drugs, you never have to go back. But you will always need food, so it's harder to kick a junk food diet. No, it isn't. It's easier. Just stop doing it. Oh, I can't. It's just so hot. I don't want to. Just stop doing it. I mean, if the possibility of imminent death doesn't change your approach to eating pizza. Pizza. Okay, I really like pizza. Let's pick something else. To change your idea to eating biscuits and cake, then you're just not dealing with reality. Here's a dose of reality. Obesity leads to 23 amputations every day in this country. Surgeons are carrying out 23 amputations every day due to the UK's obesity epidemic. 25,500 toes, feet and legs were removed from patients suffering from diabetes in England from 2013 to 2016. Experts say the vast majority of cases are preventable with a better diet and weight loss. So think about that. Because the prospect of death is very, very removed, and nobody really likes to contemplate death anyway, so we sort of close our minds to it. But you can think about having your leg taken off because you have you've been eating too many biscuits. Which would you prefer? Your leg or another biscuit? Streatham. Hello, Nigel.
Oh, hi. A couple of things. I mean, Bojo, when he was 13, he was very, very bright. He was a King's Scholar going into Eton. And if you look at you go on the internet, you can look at the papers they have to pass. They're incredibly difficult.
Yeah,
but he's one of these people who gave up at 13.
You don't become unbright.
No, okay. But he gave up. He's not bright, but not... Anyway, I know what you mean. My main point...
I think he just coasts because he's learned...
He thinks everything's easy.
Everything is easy. That's what he has learned. He can do anything he likes and get away with it by making his hair all squiffy and going, paw! And people love it. It's just a paper-thin act that people warm to, mystifying.
Yeah, but if people say he isn't bright, he is very, very bright.
Yeah.
It's an act, as you say.
Same as me Smug. Also very bright, but it's just this performance...
I'm not sure that he is.
Well, yeah, thinking back to the reviews that he had of that book that he wrote about Victorians, you're probably right, yeah. He pretends to be right.
My main point was actually going right back, addiction and mental health. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Addiction does not mean you're mentally ill. I can know this, but my wife's a mental health social worker, so she goes out sectioning people. And it's very clear that if somebody has an addiction, and therefore displaying some symptoms because of that addiction, she cannot section them. They're not mentally ill.
Well, the one does not discount the other, surely. I mean, you can have an addiction and be mentally ill. You can have both things individually or together, but the one does not lead to the other necessarily.
Yeah. There are cases where, because people smoke, weed or something, most people it doesn't affect their mental health. Some people have a inclination.
Right, well, now you're talking causation. Some people who smoke marijuana who might have been susceptible to, whatever mental health problem might bring it on.
It brings it on.
Yeah, but for most people, for most of the hundreds of millions of people that smoke marijuana and have done, in history, it doesn't lead to a mental health problem. Exactly. It just leads to more snacking.
Yes, or like Keith Richards, as you said early on.
Yeah, exactly.
The obesity and vouchers and things, I was just thinking that park runs, that's an example that you should go out vouchers for people doing a park run every Saturday morning. Hundreds of people do it. Well, just in Wandsworth where I do one.
A park run, yeah, that never seemed... a park walk, yes. A run, not for me.
Yeah, I know, but a lot of people actually walk them anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you get quite... anyway, this is one idea.
Well, it's a lovely thing. Everybody should take a walk in a park once in a while, especially now the colours of the trees is turning red and yellow and pink and blue. Not blue, maybe.
But the government, talking about vouchers and things, the government funding into sport is absolutely lamentable. I'm a member of Herne Hill Harriers as an athletics club, and we want to refurbish our track. There's no money for doing that kind of thing. And thousands of kids use it all the time. They're not going to be able to use it if it's not refurbished. Look at what happened at Crystal Palace athletics track. It's just lamentable.
Well, it seems to be the way of this government to say that they're going to do one thing while doing the opposite. Well, we're going to encourage people's health while disencouraging people to use facilities that are healthful.
Exactly. And facilities which are rotting away, won't invest in.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay, thanks a lot, Nigel. Cheer up, mate. It might never oh, no, that's right. It already has. 0345 6060 973. Plus, exercise is a tremendous thing, and it will probably lighten your mood. It'll make you lighter on your feet, but it won't probably cure your obesity, not on its own. You've got to change what you eat. That's the biggest thing, is the amount of calories you've taken in. And of course, there's the genetic factor. I mean, some people can eat, and they don't put on an ounce. And other people only have to sniff a croissant, and suddenly they can't get into their jeans anymore. Brian texts, "Hi Nick, love the show. I have to agree with Daniel." Who's Daniel? Who's Daniel?
Daniel was a call about obesity, saying it was addiction.
Oh, right. As a psychotherapist... Oh, a psychotherapist...
Warning!
A psychotherapist, more often than not, addictions are related to escaping a mental health problem. Well, Brian, if somebody has to come to you, a psychotherapist, then it is, you would have to admit, quite likely that they have a mental health problem. I don't think you're talking about the population in general, rather the people that come to see you. I mean, if you were a barber and they came to see you, it's quite likely that they have a hair problem. Anyway, I'll finish it. He says there is a difference between using something for pleasure and having a dependency or an involuntary compulsion to consume it. Pleasure and having a dependency on a voluntary... Yeah, we are programmed as humans to be rewarded with feel-good chemicals when we eat, and as it takes very little effort to do, the emotional mind will encourage us to do it if we're struggling. Yeah, but if you're sat there and your mental health, your mental problem is that you're too fat, and that you hate yourself because you're too fat, then do something about that. Instead of wasting 10 years of your life going through endless boxes of tissues talking to a psychotherapist. Take control. It's just eating, for crying out loud. Just swap a cake for an apple. It's not hard. Just do it. Yeah, but I don't want to. That's what we come up against. Jim says, Danny said that he had been divorced, was a judo instructor and was a swimmer. The government probably gave him £300 for getting it in order. Is that what he said? That he was he'd been divorced, was a judo instructor and a swimmer. He got it in order and he gets extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Thanks, Donnie, we know that. Extra points for getting it in order. Benny tweets, whether to believe it or not, given the Mirror quotes UK weather forecast, alarming chart shows Atlantic jet stream hurtling towards Britain. Mirror Online. An Atlantic jet stream is hurtling towards Britain? What? I have not heard this. I only do the weather on Friday. I assume that the weather doesn't change for Saturday or indeed Sunday. And I read nothing about that yesterday. So it does not exist, Benny. Nothing to worry about. Get Michael Fish on the phone, he'll confirm it for us. Zach texts, I got my ear pierced last weekend and it only accepted cash. It? Well, the person that did it might have been a tattooed oik, but I think referring to them as it is offensive.
Be polite!
Dominic says, hi Nick, whenever we visit the West End, our 10-year-old is obsessed with the sweet shops. With one around every corner, we've started planning routes to avoid these sugar pushers. sugar pushers. Psst, want to score some sugar? That's good planning there, Dominique. Or you could just say no. Have you ever tried that?
No.
Didn't think so. But, Mum... Just say no. And furthermore...
No.
And George tweets, sounds like a film that Boris Johnson watches in his plush new £2.6 million cinema. What does? What sounds like a film that Boris Johnson watches in his plush new £2.6 million cinema? I've got no idea. Well, presumably it was in reference to something that I said at some point in the last hour, 50 minutes. I mean, I can't remember everything I say here, George. I'm not a mind reader. You have to explain yourself. Plus, if they say that it cost 2.6 million, then you can be absolutely guaranteed that it cost 5 million. I mean, look at HS2, for instance. You know, they sold it to us as an excellent way to get to Birmingham 10 minutes quicker than you ordinarily could. Because, that's what everybody was yearning for. £37 billion they said it was going to cost, which seemed like a lot of money. Now they're saying it's going to be 100 billion. What? 100 billion pounds to get from London to Birmingham, or the other way around, 10 minutes more quickly than we can at the moment. 100 billion pounds. That is insane. And you'd have to think, who got the contract to build that railway for 100 billion pounds? What was it? Boris Johnson's hairdresser? Somebody who had no previous experience of building a railway, but they started up a company 6 months ago, and they have £100 to their name. So the government thought, well, that's just the very person for us. Here's 100 billion pounds, and they said, "Thank you, appreciate it." 100 billion pounds. And what? I mean, would anybody care to lay a bet that when they build it, on the assumption that it ever does get built, it won't work? 100 billion pounds. Oh my God! You could get 2 apps for contact testing. on your phone that don't work for that.
Contact tracing. Contact tracing.
I mean, that really is, that just makes you sit right down, doesn't it? Something like £40 billion, 43, 45 billion pounds for a telephone app that doesn't work. Not million, billion. How? How? How is that possible? I hope that some legal beagles are burying into all of this, and the people will be held to account. But I doubt it. I mean, they may be burying into it, and they may be looking at it, but do we think that anybody's going to be held to account?
No.
Of course not. They'll glide off on a cloud of solid gold. £100 billion. And it isn't even north-south that needs fixing. It's east-west that needs fixing. It's Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, and perhaps York that needs speeding up. Not up and down. It's back and forth. Levelling up my eye. Let's have Anita in Tooting. Anita.
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
I wanted to talk about obesity, but first talk about anxiety and depression and how that can be correlated a little bit to obesity.
Oh my God, this sounds very, very serious, Anita.
No, I'll be short and brief. I'm an Aries. I talk quick. So if someone had major depressive disorder,
yes,
you wouldn't go, oh, just cheer up, your misery, just cheer up. What you being so moany about?
Of course not.
You say, oh, you've got low levels of serotonin, go to the GP or go to a natural therapist and boost your serotonin.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
Okay. If someone had anxiety disorder...
That may be one way of dealing with it, but I'm sure professionals might suggest another course of action. But anyway, go ahead.
Of course, talk therapy and CBT, and it's a multifunctional approach.
Is it?
If someone had major anxiety disorder, you wouldn't say, what are you worried about?
Of course
not.
Oh, my
God, just chill out. You'd say, you've got low levels of GABA aminobutyric acid.
Well, I wouldn't.
That perhaps could be boosted. Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but anyway.
Well, GABA is something that chills you out. We produce it naturally. It makes you chilled.
Yeah.
Okay?
Also, it was I'm sure it was in a song by the Ramones.
Rock and roll!
Wasn't it?
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Oh, I'm more into Kylie and Katy Perry and Britney.
Oh, my God. Oh.
Boring! Now, someone who is obese, appetite is controlled by two hormones, ghrelin and leptin. I know it's Friday night and everyone's drunk, but I'll just talk about leptin.
Yeah.
Leptin is the one that makes you feel full,
right?
And it's produced by the fat cells. So unfortunately, the more fat cells you have, the more likely you're going to have leptin resistance, which
Anita,
means...
can I just shorten this? Just if you are overweight, stop eating so much.
But they don't feel full.
It doesn't matter.
They
know how much they're eating. Feeling full is neither here nor there. Knowing how much you are putting in your mouth is not a mystery because you are putting it in your mouth.
But we do have that regulation in our brain. That
I am aware of that, but you also are aware of how much you are putting in your mouth. Your mouth's right by your eyes. You can see it.
Yeah, but in the same way that there is insulin resistance, which is a global epidemic, and people are having their legs chopped off,
yes.
And unless they get metformin or some kind of, intervention by a health practitioner, they're not going to not get their legs chopped off. It will just carry on.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I've read no end of reports about people who have gone on what does amount to a very strict diet, and they have reversed their condition.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
But I'm just trying to put a little fluffy cloud around obese people where...
Anita, what you're saying is it's difficult.
There'd be no obese people in the world if it was easy.
Right. But there would also be no healthy people in the world. There would be no bodybuilders, there would be no musicians, there would be no architects, there'd be... nothing is easy. Do you think that Arnold Schwarzenegger looks like that because it's easy?
Negative. No, No. But I am trying to just say that there is a hormonal medical.
Yeah, I understand that.
everything.
Yeah, I get that. What you're saying is it's difficult.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what isn't? Thanks, Anita. Something about Gabba Gabba Hey.
Rock and roll!
Pretty sure that was the Ramones. Zach texts. Oh, no, I read that. Dominique texts. Read that. George, I've read that one. Wow, I am way ahead of schedule. I'm doing very well this evening. Borderline good at my job. Simon says, I play Nick Abbott bingo when I watch a lot of old films, hoping to get some of your sound bites. I felt a little bit cheated this week because I watched Sunset Boulevard and I realised that 2 of your sound bites were in the same film. What? Not got all of them yet, but I'm getting there. Yeah, not got all of them, but I'm getting there. Just looking around to see what I can throw at him. How about this one?
Be polite!
You know where that's from? Scott says, with all this talk of Plan A, Plan B, etc. for COVID restrictions over Christmas, I'm surprised the Labour Party haven't suggested the Plan K. The K stands for Kia. Yeah, what was it he called himself the other day? The K-man? Something like that. Something toe-curlingly embarrassing. As though he needed something extra embarrassing to go with, the litany of embarrassment that surrounds him. What might be a good idea is you drop the sir. I think that'd be a good start. Just drop the sir. People think you're posher than Bodger, which is, of course, ridiculous, but it doesn't stop them thinking it. Just because it's silly doesn't mean to say people won't believe it. Alice texts, Dear Nick, next scheme, Bodger's going to give us all microscopes so we can be vigilant. I mean, how asinine is that? We're dealing with an invisible menace that is highly contagious, and the government's suggestion is that we be vigilant. I mean, do they take us for idiots?
Yes.
With good reason. Be vigilant. I mean, for crying out loud, that is embarrassing. Use your best judgment. Has he met us? Best judgment. Christian tweets, Boris Johnson's dog is called Dylan, as in Bob Dylan. That's quite funny, says Christian. No, incorrect. Not D-Y-L-A-N. It's D-I-L-Y-N, I think. Better got that right. It's not Dylan, it's Dylan. What a stupid name for a dog. Dylan. It's apparently Welsh for follow. Follow. What kind of a name is that for a dog? Follow. That's an instruction, not a name. It's got an amorous problem. Apparently, it tries to have sex with anything that stays still long enough. And so does the dog. Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick.
John.
Yeah, that £100 billion page, that's a bargain. That's £100 billion of levelling up.
Yes, no doubt. Yeah, sure.
And I think that Rishi Sunak announced some spending today. I think some billions for transport in the north, and
I'm going to
that's
do this.
levelling up as well.
I'm going to do that. Yeah, Fishy Sunak is chucking the money about. Sure he is.
But I love the way they just count any spending now against their levelling up slogan.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just bought a sandwich today, says Boris Johnson. Levelling up. Yeah. £2.50. There you go.
Yeah. Now I wanted to check you're ready for the ULEZ zone, ultra low emission zone in London.
Well, there is one, of course, around the centre, but now they're going to expand it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think you're in London somewhere, so I think you've got some classic cars, haven't you?
Well, I got
old bangers, or
it's not a classic car. Unfortunately, it doesn't count, and I suspect that it's because it's an old automatic. It's from 1998, I think. But it doesn't count as classic because I think people that want classic cars, they want a manual, and mine's an automatic because I cannot be doing with automatic gears. Why would anybody want that?
Yeah, but is it a runner though? Would it run in London? Is if you're in London. I think that would get hit with the charges.
Oh, it would.
ULEZ.
Yeah, it would cost me in one day more than the car's worth.
Yeah. Oh well. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Well, you have to see what happens anyway.
Yeah.
Does it drive anyway? Does it actually go?
Oh, it goes. Yeah. Don't you worry about that.
Yeah. All right.
Well, are you interested?
Oh, well, might be. I've got some classic cars. They don't go, but...
Well, this one goes. So make me an offer and it's yours.
Yeah. What is it? Do you know what is it?
Do I know what it is?
Yeah, what make and model? You're not going to...
It's a car, John. What more information do you need? Just send me the money. Stop dithering and just park the cash at my place. I'll deliver it toot sweet. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345. Appreciate the concern. Christian, no, I've got that. Jim emails. You got SAGE, Strategic Advisory Group of Experts. I like ours better. Australian Centre for Disease Control. ACDC. ACDC.
Rock and roll!
Australian Centre for Disease Control. Is it really called that? Well, why wouldn't it be? Says Jim. Francis tweets, £6 for a pint in the West End. In Dublin's Temple Bar, they might let you stand outside the pub and sniff the aroma of beer for £6.
Booze.
It can't possibly be more than £6 in Dublin. I mean, the absolute tippy-top most that I've ever been charged was in a hotel near here. And it was the bar that sort of overlooks a restaurant. Terrible place, really. I mean, well, I'll tell you how much it was, and I'll tell you what the ambiance was like. £7.50. £7.50 for a pint of a beer. I have to say it was probably the best tasting beer I've ever had, but still, it was £7.50. But the problem with the place was that, and it's one of these places that usually has spaceships parked outside, like luminous purple Lamborghinis, that kind of thing. There'll be like a whole row of them. One will be in will look like it's made of gold, and the next one will be like lime green, and then there'll be and they all make a racket like a volcano exploding. That's the kind of place it is. I haven't eaten in there because, if you've got to ask how much it is, you can't afford it. But I thought I'd go in there because he's a bloke off the telly, was the chef, and I'll just have a pint. How much could it be? Well, exactly. It was £15 for 2 pints. Good grief. But the music they were playing sounded so tinny. I mean, for a place that was, charging stupidly high prices, it sounded like a student had put a radio on next door and had turned it up. Like some rubbish student's stereo. It was the weirdest thing. I mean, everything else, they looked like they spent millions of pounds. And the stereo coming in, I mean, it could have been somebody's car stereo from the outside, just bleeding through the walls. It was so bad. So I've not gone back, for that reason, and also the price. I'm not crazy, but the price of everything is going up. As in complete opposition to what we were promised. In an update to the promise that me, Smug, made over and over again, we'll enjoy cheaper food outside the EU. Cheaper food, cheaper groceries. Everything was going to be cheaper, remember? Turns out he was completely incorrect in every respect. Smug said over and over again we'll enjoy cheaper food outside the EU. And the cost of everyday groceries, from apples to sausages to margarine, has surged in price.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
The Office for National Statistics, this is the government's own statistics, show the prices for some of the most basic goods have skyrocketed since we left the evil European socialist experiment. We are hungry and poor, but we are British and hungry and poor, and all the happier for it. He just think that this is a game, doesn't he? let's see how far we can push poor people before they react. And so far, there seems to be no limit. Apples and margarine up 20%. Does anybody still eat margarine? Pork sausages up 20% in 1 month. Pears up 16%. Mushrooms, spring onions, cabbage, salmon, soup, kiwi fruit, eggs, sausages. Did I mention sausages? Fizzy drinks and bottled water. All up 16%. But it's worse than that, because the average price of a pint in a pub across the country could soon pass £4.
What?
What? You can get a pint for £4? Where? Where outside of a student union can you get a pint for £4? And that does seem bizarre to me that it would even cost that much. Doesn't it? I mean, I know you get a template of how much things cost at an early age in life, which is why things always seem stupendously expensive to older people. Because you get set in stone about the thought about how much things are when you're relatively young. And you stick with that, and the prices surge past you, which is why when you go to buy a shirt or whatever it might be, you can't believe how much it is. Forgetting that the template you set was 30 years ago. Keep up, Grandad. So it's not just more expensive, but there's also less choice in the shops. Smug said it would be cheaper and there would be more choice. It's almost as though he doesn't know anything.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Supermarkets are having to concentrate on moving fresh products rather than dry goods because they can't get the stuff to the shops. A lorry driver shortage, exacerbated by Brexit. Pig farmers are culling livestock. Warning from food firms that these drastic measures will hit key ingredients. What, like pigs? Pigs, for instance. Do you like pork?
Yes.
Well, there'll be a precious little of it because they're having to kill all the pigs. I believe that pork comes mostly from pigs. Mostly. Meat industry leaders say a lack of skilled butchers means abattoirs are refusing to accept pigs for slaughter, leading to fewer pork products and a reduced choice because of Brexit. And train fares and telephone and internet bills and everything else you pay for also increasing, while Boris Johnson's health and social care levy means that workers are going to have to pay an extra 1.25% in tax from next year. And that health and social care levy, by the way, isn't going into care until it's gone to plug the gap in the funding for the NHS. You know, because the bus that said we would be getting 350 million a week for the NHS if we left the EU, it was mendacious.
Liar!
Exactly. And so was everyone who sat on it. Of course, you won't get anybody to admit that they had any connection to that bus at all. Bus? Bus? What bus? I saw no bus. And it seems to me that when the care part of that equation does get addressed, it's just to stem people's self-payment for care at £86,000. So the only people that are going to benefit from that are those who have more than £86,000 to their name. And really, the only people who have significantly more than that are going to be the ones that will save by there being a cap. And who are those people? The well-off. And the better off you are, the more you will potentially make from this, from having a cap on care. So the poor, I think we've reached peak Tory. The poor will be paying extra as a proportion of their income in tax to pay for the care that is going to be mostly beneficial to those who are well off. Yeah, that's about peak Conservative, I think. I mean, the average value of someone's estate on death is about $150,000. That's for everything they own. Car, home, clothes, plates, forks, sofas, beds, everything. So say your care amounts to, and I'll make it a nice round number so it's easy for us to contemplate this, say it's £1,000,000 £1,083,000. Or if is it 86? 86. All right. So £1 million and 86,000. Your care is capped at 86,000. That's the most amount that you have to pay. So if your care amounts to 1,086,000, if you are rich, you will save £1 million. If you are poor, you won't save anything. That does certainly sound like Conservative Party policy. That's the sound of levelling up. Or trickling down. It's trickle-down economics. I believe that we've heard about that before.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he was the one that was telling us about it. Daphne says, you would be surprised what you can do with a hot water bottle. Now, do you mean surprised or shocked? Please, Daphne, do not send me a picture, I'm begging you. Francis tweets, I was so horrified by the 15 quid for my son's haircut, we bought a machine and and cut it at home. Huh. I think you're storing up some problems that your son is going to be dealing with for a long time there, Francis. Don't cut your child's hair at home. Mind you, 15 quid for a small child's hair does seem a bit much. A machine? What kind of a machine? Susie tweets, hail the hot water bottle. It's a legend for chilly feet. Yeah, so's woolen socks. Tony tweets, Nick, short back and side haircut and Penzance in Cornwall, 7 quid. There you are, you see. You can get your kid's head done for 7 quid. All you got to do is get to Penzance in Cornwall and back. Which will cost you about, I don't know, what, 500? I've got no idea. It's probably something stupidly expensive to get the train to Cornwall. I mean, I know it takes forever. I mean, if you want to make something, you want to make a journey go more quickly, never mind about London to Birmingham, how about London to Penzance? There'd be significantly more people that would go to Cornwall on holiday if it was quicker to get to. Of course, the people in Cornwall are just aghast at the very idea. More tourists. Stella says, Nick, the NHS is getting worse. Yesterday I called my surgery. This sounds like a joke. Oh, God, here we go. Prepare yourself. I'm going to be furious if this is. Stella says, and I will be apologetic if it isn't. Stella says, Nick, the NHS is getting worse. Yesterday, I called my surgery to be seen by a doctor as I thought I had an ear infection. No one was available and I was told to go to A&E. What is happening? That's the worst joke I've ever heard. Wasn't even funny. You want to get yourself some new material there, Stella? I thought I had an ear infection. No one was available and I was told to go to A&E. Huh. Well, who told you to go to A&E? Not a medical professional. Someone behind the counter. Yes, may I help you? Next. Go to A&E. Well, I mean, if it was really, really serious, I suppose. But it seems more like something you want to go to the chemists for. I mean, chemists can, suggest all sorts of things. But don't listen to me, Stella. I am not a medical professional.
I'm not a doctor.
Any more than I am. What is happening, says Stella. I don't know. Who was there at A&E with you? People who, doctor, I've run out of milk. Please help me. You know, those people. Doctor, I forgot to record Crossroads. Oh, damn it, Crossroads isn't on anymore. Oh, well, never mind. Fred texts. Of course, that would have been a problem. If you forget to record Crossroads, the doctor probably would be able to help you with that. Fred says, could you get your leg taken off but keep your feet? You know, artificial leg and a real foot. I'll look into that, Fred. Leave it with me. That's an excellent idea. Why hasn't anybody thought of that before? Manchester, Alan.
Hello?
Yes, Alan.
Hi, Nick, all right.
Good, thanks.
I went to Blackpool recently on holiday, and I'm from Manchester, and they can't survive without tourists.
Blackpool?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they ain't got nothing but stuff for tourists. Unfortunately, tourists don't want to go there anymore.
No, but what I'm saying is that I went there and I was like Penzance, Cornwall and stuff like that. I'm like, can you survive without us tourists? And in people in Blackpool, there was like, honestly,
right.
No,
Probably not.
We need just...
They definitely do. Yeah, Blackpool. Were there like groups of blokes wandering around in nappies and sucking on babies' dummies? Because that's what I saw last time I was there. And it was the weirdest thing. They were just wandering around in babies' nappies with dummies and nothing else. And I don't know where they kept their keys or their money or anything like that, but they were just wandering around as though it was completely normal. Because I guess after you do it for an hour, then it just seems, you just feel like a bloke wandering around. You forget that you're in a baby's nappy. I mean, presumably it was, a stag do. That's what Blackpool is known for, stag do's, yeah.
That's right, yeah. But I shall tell you one place to go and visit.
Mm.
It's the Bismarck Motel. It's a pub.
The where?
The Bismarck Motel.
Pistol Motel?
The Bismarck Motel.
Spell it.
Just outside Blackpool.
Spell it. BISPHAM. Right. Okay, I'll look it up. Leave it with me. What do they sell?
Booze.
I'll be there. See you at the door. Thanks a lot, Alan. Yeah, people in Blackpool, they probably aren't complaining about the too many tourists, because I would imagine that they ain't got none. You know, what with it being a bit parky up there and all. I mean, they've got a great big beach there, no doubt about that, but bloomin' freezing. Hat, coat, scarf and gloves. It's not exactly what we've become used to going on holiday. Everybody's queuing to get out of this country. They can't wait to get out. Yeah, you wait till you try and get back in. Hour after endless hour. I mean, the queues at Heathrow are already bad, and they're not even got a rush on. The rush will start when you come back, because I think it's half term like now, isn't it? You always notice that the massive difference in the number of phone calls you get at half term. It really is remarkable how much this country just clears out. What is it about this country that makes people want to leave as soon as possible? That's not very patriotic. Why can't you take a holiday in Blackpool, for crying out loud? Do your bit. Yeah, apart from the rain lashing at your face as you're trying to put up a deck chair, apart from that, why not choose Blackpool? It's bracing. This text says, I got my haircut in Bristol on Tuesday. It cost 13 quid cash, so I paid 15, including a tip. I think it's all right, but I'm blind, so who knows? But also, I can't see, so who cares? That's good thinking. Jimmy tweets, Nick, as we're going to run out of wine this Christmas, I've decided I'm going to have COVID for this Christmas, as it comes with Corona. That was weak, Jimmy. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm ashamed of yourself. Jim says, much mental health issues due neglect plus lack stimulation plus deprived reasonable human relations. Sure start livable wage, criticise fast food. Okay. Shall I read that again?
No.
No. I think not. We got it the first time. Cheers, Jim. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris says, inflation-adjusted HS2 costs as much as the Apollo space program. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. Man on the Moon or Leeds 11 minutes quicker. The inflation-adjusted HS2 costs as much as the Apollo space program. I mean, would anybody be surprised if that was not true? Wait, did I get that wrong? Would anybody be surprised if it was true? There you are. That's better. Would anybody be unsurprised if it wasn't way too complicated? Declan says, Nick, where am I going wrong? I pay my barber £10 for a haircut, including tip. Well, it doesn't sound like you're going wrong at all. Where do you go, Declan? We're keen to find out. Don't leave us in anticipation. Lulu texts, Special K. That's right, that's what he called himself, or he insisted that other people used to call him. Sir Special K. Yeah, that's a good name for him, yes?
No.
Roger texts, Nick, this is the last weekend you can drive in free before the ULEZ kicks in on Monday when a charge of £12.50 is enforced on older cars.
What?
No, I think you are misinformed there, Rog. Because there's already a ULEZ area, but it just is the centre of London. They're just making it bigger. That's all. That's all. It already costs £12.50 for is it £12.50 or is it more than that? Because I know that the congestion charge, which is now applies for 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, is applicable to for driving into the centre of town. The congestion charge applies even when there is no congestion. Thanks a lot, Sadiq Khan. I'm amazed at how... Now, cabbies, prepare yourself. I'm going to say something controversial.
No.
Yes. I'm amazed at how little traffic there is on London's roads. And that small explosion that you heard were cabbies' brains bursting out of their skulls. Furious they are, just at the very idea that somebody would say that out loud. No, you go to the city of London, and like wandering around London as I was this week, it's so remarkable how little traffic there is compared to maybe 10 years ago, when all of the roads that are now empty were absolutely chock-a-block. Where have they all gone? I don't, and it's not just COVID, because it predates COVID. I mean, there's way more cyclists than there used to be, but the amount of traffic that's in London, at least on the roads that I was around, in the city and around the West End, places like that, just absolutely chocker. Maybe people are going around the outside, around the outside of this ULEZ zone in order to avoid paying the bill. Maybe the traffic has increased dramatically outside the zone. I don't know. But you won't be able to do that as of Monday. Paul says, did you hear that we're dumping sewage into the rivers and sea because we have a lack of purifying chemicals that are sourced from the EU? How long before we can't purify drinking water? Well, that really does give you an indication of where this government is as far as its eco-credentials are concerned, because it just voted against the very idea of pumping raw sewage into rivers and the sea. Because that's what people are really, really yearning for. More raw sewage in their lives. Don't listen to what they say, look at what they do. And as for purifying drinking water, don't worry about a thing. If it's good enough for a dog, then it's good enough for me. I'll be lapping it right out of the toilet bowl. Dave says, greetings from San Francisco. Thanks for sending us Glasgow's weather. Over 5 inches of rain in the next 24 hours will end our 2021 wildfire season. Well, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Gosh, that is a lot. 5 inches of rain in 24 hours. Blimey. San Francisco's going to get washed into the bay. Jeremy emails, I thought the be polite sound effect was the Donald rebuking the White House press in one of those famous tete-a-tete confrontations with the media. No, what, this?
Be polite!
No, that's not Donald Trump. That's somebody entirely more scary than him. Carrie says, we don't need to be vigilant, we need to be alert. Britain needs alerts. Oh, for crying out loud. That's the kind of thing that you see scrawled with a magic marker on the toilet of the cubicle of a student's toilet. Be alert, we need more alerts. You know, along with above the toilet roll dispenser, it will say something like, social sciences degree, please take one. Oh, there was this thing about the arts today. It's a bit depressing. Well, everything is. Name me any story that's in the news at the moment that's not depressing. Apart from ones that concern Wills and what's it? Oh, they're so lovely. I tweeted something. Hang on a minute, I'm all caught up. My wires underneath my chair. The difference in the way that they treat Wills and what's it and Hazza and Sparkles is just comical. I mean, you can tell what they're going to write before you even read the headline. And I think that Wills and what's it were leaving the country, flying on a jet plane. We don't know where. And the press was, this stunning couple are keeping calm and carrying on while the Queen is having a health issue. Good for them. They're doing it for Britain. Hurrah for Wills and what's it. If it had been Meghan and Sparkles, Hazza and Sparkles, then it would have been, this heartless couple are leaving this country in the Queen's hour of great need. How could they do this? No! It's just so ridiculous the difference in the way they treat those two. Oh, look at what's it? She's what do they just? What do they use to describe somebody in the public eye wearing the same thing twice? Recycling. That's right. Yeah, she's got a £3,000 coat that she's worn more than once. She's recycling. Eco-friendly. Zach says, I paid 550 Hong Kong dollars for a single Jack Daniels and Coke in a bar in Hong Kong when I was 18. What? What? Of course, I've got no idea how much that is. So read on, he'll tell us. And that was in 1998, apparently. 550 Hong Kong dollars for a single Jack Daniels and Coke at a bar when I was 18. He says that's roughly £51. I kid you not. Be aware. Well, what was the entertainment in that bar, Zach? Was it, did it involve poles by any chance? Not the people. Roger says, hey Nick, I used to work in Norway lots. It got embarrassing getting a beer. Not even a pint might be 8 or 9 quid for perhaps 0.6 of a litre. Couldn't afford more than 3 on my expenses. Lucky for me, today in West Berkshire, it's about £4.20 for a pint. Yeah, some of those Nordic places are a bit nuts with the booze, aren't they? It doesn't stop them drinking. Booze. But they seem to spend a large amount of their earnings on, getting happy. HAPPY. It does seem to cost quite a lot over there, yeah. I don't know why, they've just got a thing about it. But, most countries on earth do have a thing about one drug or another, at least one drug or another. Prissy Patel's going to revivify the war on drugs, because that'll work. Oh, yeah, great work, Prissy. Good idea. She's going to beat up middle-class drug takers. And it occurs to me that a good place to start might be the House of Commons. I think if you get one of those drug dogs and maybe a team with the swab tests, just go swab every horizontal surface in the House of Commons and see what you come up with. And, of course, just spring the surprise on them. Maybe after Prime Minister's questions, every single person in that chamber gets a drug test on the way out. See if they've taken anything, suspicious lately.
Want to score some pot?
I wonder what would happen. I think that they should do that. Set a good example. They should broadcast it live. And we can name and shame the culprits. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Hands up, who's with me? Nobody in the House of Commons. Huh. Big surprise. Huge. Not really. This anonymous text says 1,446 firms went bust in September, up from 926 in September of last year, which is not really got anything to do with what we were talking about, but does also benefit from being correct. I wasn't going to mention this, but you've started, so I'll finish. UK businesses which declared bankruptcy in September hit the highest number since March 2020. This is the government's own figures, which of course the government will say they don't recognise. Data from the Insolvency Service shows 1,446 firms went insolvent in England and Wales last month. In unrelated news, last month it emerged that Brexit-related trade barriers have risen to £2.2 billion in UK business costs in the first half of this year. Brexit in the first half of this year cost British businesses £2.2 billion. In addition to that, £600 million in costs hit British importers since January. This is according to HMRC's own data. And the cause has been identified as Brexit because the taxes were not required for EU imports when Britain was in the single market. Still, it's only money. So that's £600 million in costs, added to £2.2 billion in UK business costs. The £600 million was the cost of importing stuff from the EU. That's extra. And add that to the £2.2 billion that it's cost UK businesses in the first half of this year, and that's practically £3 billion. Still, it's only money. Who cares, right? Meanwhile, UK fisheries are facing £300 million in losses, according to a report by the National Federation of Fishermen's Organisations. Hey, but what does the National Federation of Fishermen's Organisations know about fishing? Compared to Bodger, for instance.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
According to the Brexit balance sheet report, Britain's fishing fleets will experience losses of £64 million every year. By 2026, they'll have lost $300 million. Hey, fisher persons, do you get the feeling that you've been had? And, of course, we've made some deals. Yes, of course we have. A series of deals with several countries have been made, matching terms which were in place when Britain was in the EU. And new deals have also been signed. New Zealand was they haven't actually completed it yet, but it's another one of these I'm gunners. Apparently, a survey found that Brits feel the government has not been transparent about what those agreements involve. Well, I'll tell you, they involve unicorns and rainbows and sugar and spice and all things nice. And everything else is just the European Union being mean to us. No! Thanks a lot, EU. Why can't you just give us what we want? We're British, damn it. Okay, here's the good news about leaving the country. I don't know why people want to leave this beautiful country. What with the rain lashing down and the freezing cold winds. It's going to be dark at 4:30, but apart from that, why do you want to go? What's so great about being warm? Passengers are venting their fury after being held up in huge delays at Heathrow's immigration control as they complained of hours-long queues.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Britain's busiest airport said that delays were being caused by health checks, despite the same measures being in place for months. They're just looking around for an excuse and they say, health checks. One passenger posted a photo showing half of the electronic passport barriers not working.
Fabulous.
Again? I mean, does anything actually work in this country now? How about the contact tasting that we spent £43 billion on?
Contact tracing.
Well, I assume the answer is no. That still doesn't work either. An onlooker queuing for hours at the gates at Heathrow said tempers were flaring this week as passengers joked about a lack of social distancing as they were all crammed into queues. You know, because catching a deadly disease is funny. Well, you got to laugh, ain't you? I mean, it's not like there's a pandemic going on. A Heathrow spokesmodel said, Border Force is currently experiencing some delays as they conduct health measure checks to ensure passenger compliance with the UK government's latest entry requirements. You will be compliant. The immigration hall is, of course, run by Border Force. And Border Force has been plagued by wait times and issues with the e-gates and a lack of staff and changes to rotas and etc. and so on. And you know which minister is responsible for Border Force? Shall I tell you a story? Are you sitting comfortably? Or as Priti Patel would say, stand up straight. I mean, if these people at Heathrow had arrived in a dinghy, she would have given them her full attention. Meanwhile, a requirement for double vaccinated travellers to take pricey PCR tests on their return to the UK has been dropped from now. Great news, people. You will no longer have to take those pricey PCR tests. You will, of course, still have to take a test. The government, in its wisdom, has introduced new traveller COVID tests, and, as you would expect, it's all gone very well. Honestly, can you think of anything that has actually gone well that this government has been responsible for? I'll make this really easy for you. Anything, any one thing, anything. I mean, apart from redistributing public cash into private hands. For people that have government ministers on speed dial or who are on their Christmas card list. You know, apart from that, apart from the redistribution of wealth, the trickle-up economics, what else have they been responsible for that has actually gone well? That has arrived on time and on budget and functioned? Can you think of anything at all? I'll make this really, really easy. Just one. That's all. One thing. Anything? So there's this requirement for double vaccinated travellers to take these PCR tests. That's out. Thank goodness. We have new traveller COVID tests. The launch of a new COVID traveller test portal worked perfectly at the very moment that it went live. I'm kidding. It fell flat on its face like a drunk.
Booze.
The launch of a new traveller COVID test portal descended into farce this week as listed companies displayed no stock and advertised misleading prices. But that was when it worked. Then the website crashed completely.
Fabulous.
I mean, serious question. I'll take answers on a postcard if necessary. Is there anything that this government is responsible for that is actually running well? Any suggestions? I'll take that as a no. The Department of Health launched a list of companies ahead of rule changes to allow double-jabbed holidaymakers to take a rapid lateral flow test by day 2 of their return, rather than that far pricier PCR swab. And so they produced a list of firms, favoured firms. No doubt were spirited to the front of the queue on the VIP list. Unfortunately, the list of firms contained several which did not actually offer those swab tests. God, you couldn't make it up, could you? And many were out of stock within hours or were advertising prices which failed to include other hidden costs. Anyone want to bet on how many of those firms have a government minister on their Christmas card list? Bet nah. By yesterday afternoon, the government webpage displayed the message, "This site is currently offline due to high demand." It's so successful, it doesn't work. Which makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. A Department of Health spokesperson said... I'm kidding, they actually said, "The UK Health Security Agency has put in place extensive checks to ensure pricing is fair and affordable for travellers." Which sounds very much like, don't question us, peasant. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.